and rolling with the big show that we call the Mighty SOR. And our panel tonight is Gary Spikes Jr., Lady Ann Selene, John Hudson, and Jason Guillemette. We got a great panel. We're going to get into a lot of really cool stuff tonight. Before I bring the panel in, let's say hello to everyone in the chat room so far. Race fan in the gold medal position. Gorgeous Jenny Metz with a silver. And good man Gabe there. He has the bronze medal for tonight. Steam Train Mark, thank you for letting us know we are alive tomorrow in the future. We appreciate that from Australia. Gorgeous Cosmic Fleur and ufologist are here, everyone. The lovely and talented Steph Dickey has returned. Sultry Susie makes a return after a couple of weeks. She'll be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. Eddie Haskell, good to have you here, my friend. Thank you for coming on in. There's Nicola and Super Gary, along with Thurston Howell III. How's Lovey? If you could let us know, we'd appreciate that. The gorgeous Lauren has returned. There she is, everyone. Lauren, give us a wave if you don't mind. Sonny Sloan and the awesome cat chaser, John Poe. Good to have you all here. Hey, Andrew, thanks for coming on in. Mennonite Abe is here, everyone. Give us a wave, Mennonite Abe. And there's Adam Lakatos, everyone. He's a good guy. And Logan, how you doing, man? Thanks for coming on in. Scrolling on down. Where are we here? Travis DeLuca. Let's give a round of applause for Travis DeLuca. It's his birthday today. Thank you, Travis DeLuca, for being a fan of this show and sharing your birthday with us. We appreciate you. You don't look a day over 62, my friend. A day over 62. Thank you for joining us on your birthday, man. All right. Scrolling on down. There's John Jackson, everyone. John Jackson will be signing autographs after the show as well. Light up to the right of the studio. To the right. Sultry Susie on the left. John Jackson on the right. All right, moving on here. We got Mama Susan, Lazarus. How you doing? Good to see you. And, well, there's our good friend, Oracles and Beyond. Yep. Black Dragon, thank you so much for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. It's a great way to support what we do on SOR on a nightly basis, and you're one of the best. Thank you so much for the love that you share. Gorgeous Deanna Vlogs, how are you? Nice to have you back. And scrolling on down, there's Linda Thompson. Lovely Linda Thompson has an awesome Super Chat as well. We really appreciate that, Linda. Thank you so much. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Mondak and Apollo, good to have you here. Thank you for joining us as we continue scrolling on down. There's Dirty Filth, everyone. There he is. Get with his good evening, boils and ghouls, witches and warlocks. He is a boil, just so you know, a boil. All right, moving on down as we have our good friend JR arriving here. Adam Lakatos with a stellar Super Chat. Thank you so much for that, Adam. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. Double Tim, nice to have you here. And continuing our scrolling. There's Steve Stockton from KPNL. He has one hell of a good beard, everyone. One hell of a good beard. Good guy, too. Apparently his favorite word is cream. I don't know where that came from. I just heard that. His favorite word is cream. Glenn John McEnroe, the pride of Wimbledon. Millennium, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. And cream. Project Blue Book, Vincent Proto, good to have you guys here. Thank you for joining us. And where are we here? Jello, nice to have you back. Christopher Morales, good to see you. And let's see. Joshua S., nice to have you here, my friend. And there's SJ. Gorgeous Pam McSee, our buddy Jose. Kurt Seltzer with a splash of lime. Smoky Mountain Wanderer, how are you? Pikachu, good to see you. Gorgeous Sherry Knight has returned. Stunning Helena. And let's see, we're just a few seconds away. The Red Deer Rebel herself, DM. Stunning Carla has returned. Gorgeous Bat Mom, how are you? Lance, what's happening? Peppa H, how you doing? Typical Watch, nice to see you. And the gorgeous and talented Jessica McCreary. Rich Hilke, how you doing, buddy? The stunning Sally Vandervoort. She is Dutch. And $5,900. Okay, we're going to get going. Hi, Alien Girl. Let's do this thing right now. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. I'll tell you, each and every month, we ended up strong with a huge, huge show that we call the SOR Roundtable, where we bring in some friends to talk about the month that was in the weird, strange, and UFO news. And no different tonight, we have a very strong panel from KPNL. We have Selene, Gary Spikes Jr., our YouTube guy, Bigfoot Hunter, and resident Fu Manchu, Stetson John Hudson from the Unbiased UFO Report, and from the UAP podcast. I'm telling you, this is a good show. Jason Guillemette is here, good fellow Canadian as well. Handsome beard. Handsome beard. And everyone, I want to say thank you so much for joining us on the roundtable tonight. UAP Studies podcast, that is. Studies podcast. Dave got it wrong. I apologize, Jason, for that. But
how dare you?
I know. But we're glad you're here for the first time. So how we do this is the audience here is really, really watching you guys. You guys don't know a single question that old Davey's going to ask, so I'm going to be putting you on the spot for your opinion like that. Let's do this right off the bat here. We're going to start with some UFO stuff because earlier John Hudson was listening to Luis Elizondo speak for the first time in almost over a month or so. And Luis had been absolutely silent, dealing with some personal health issues, along with other just needing a break after 3 hard years of ufology. John, why don't you tell us about what happened and why Lou all of a sudden came on out?
Yeah, so I mean, first, it should be mentioned that Lou did have a rather serious medical scare, and he just heard back a couple of days ago that it looks like it's going to be okay. So we're all quite relieved, and so some of it was was his personal need to step out, as you said. But what was really interesting is, and I'll post a link to this later. If you go into the interview he did today. Specifically to the point in the video, it's 24 minutes and 30 seconds in, and it's about 3 minutes of the video, where it begins with Christina Gomez, whose podcast he was on, asks, hey, it seems like someone turned off the spigot, we went from all this new information coming out, and like a week later there was nothing, and what's going on? Did someone get upset? Did someone try to shut this down? Is something intentional going on? What is going on? And Lou basically said, he goes, nothing of the sort. He goes, myself, and I'm paraphrasing here, so I would encourage people to listen to it. But he said basically, a couple of us decided that we needed to do all this work to get the oven up to 500. We don't need the oven at 800. So sometimes you got to pull back a little bit and pace yourselves. And so a couple of us decided that we were going to throttle back a little bit and basically let everyone else catch up as far as what we've been releasing, because we're very concerned about the quality of the content going out. And who's delivering it and so forth. And so, we wanted to just kind of take a step back, and he talks about this for about 3 minutes. And, well, at one level, absolutely, that completely makes sense. And he brings up the really good point that, at least in the US, there's been some really serious stuff going on over the last month. I mean, Afghanistan, the fires, I mean, you name it, there's some heavy stuff going on that, really should not be competing with UFO topics. But the thing that was really I don't know what the right adjective is, but the thing that really caught me off guard was this repeated phrasing that Lou used that clearly indicated that himself and some size group of other people decided to throttle it. And he made reference to the fact that they're now in third gear. He made reference to the fact that he and a couple others are working on some pretty serious announcements that will happen in the next 2 or 3 months. That if he was able to tell us about now, a lot of people would be really shocked over. I mean, those were almost his exact words. And so what it did is it gave the impression that, at least to me, that Lou and some other number of people at some point recently were all sitting around together, I don't know, playing PlayStation or something, right? And one of them said, "Hey, things are getting a little crazy. We should probably slow things down." And everyone else said,
right,
"Yeah, we should pace ourselves." And that's kind of weird in a big way, right? I mean, because that implies that there's some real orchestration going on,
Well, there's a couple of things that I've noticed of what you're saying, John, and we're going to get the opinion of the panel here. Jason Guillemette, we're going to start with you. And one of the things that John kind of was saying is that they were basically saying, we've got the gas pedal down. We don't need the oven sitting that hot right now. We're going to cool it off a little bit because of everything that's going on. Now, from a media standpoint and a media background, the one thing that I know, Jason, is when you are red hot, you never take the foot off the gas unless you are told to take the foot off the gas. What's your opinion of this?
Well, it could be that they want to slow us down because they did come out or they are coming out with more information. You guys can hear me okay, right?
You're sounding great.
Okay. So obviously, if they want more information or releasing this information, let the public digest what's been put out already. And after that, start, piling it up with more information later on. But yeah, it's going to take a side seat in the news or back burner with everything else that's going on with COVID and Afghanistan. Nobody wants to hear about UAPs right now, but it allows programs like this, podcasts, and people being able to find more information online now more than ever. So it's letting people sort of absorb the information that's been released so far, and hopefully more to come.
But, and I agree, but that means that it's not a natural release of information. That means that what we've been getting has not been an organic release of information. It means at some level, whether it's a river being flowing and they're just putting in blocks once in a while to slow down the river, or whether they're actually pouring the water. Either way, someone has been controlling the flow of information release over the last couple months, and it wasn't organic. That's kind of a big deal.
And that is my concern with this is the fact that this, ever since 2017, where I have personally been somebody who has really been on the bandwagon of the fact that there has been a clear narrative that has been steered in this direction. I am someone who I have no problem going on the record and saying and calling BS on a lot of this stuff, because when I look at it, the way the information has come out, the way who has controlled the information, and only certain journalists have been getting that information, I see that as dangerous when a narrative is being played out. Now, for Jason, I'm gonna bring you back in here for a second, and I'm sure you look at it a little bit differently than I do, but I'm just curious. This UFO topic has been waited for years to get the ball rolling, to get that momentum, to get the public talking. They finally got it. Whatever the narrative was, the public was talking. People were coming out of the woodworks to talk about UFOs. It didn't matter whether it was movie stars, athletes, musicians, whether it was regular everyday people. Even clergy members were talking UFOs. I mean, we finally got there, and now all of a sudden it's like, hold back. We're going to stay off this information. That to me tells me whether or not there's COVID, whether or not Afghanistan is going on and the mess that's there, that tells me that they are holding on the brakes for something, and something is either awry or something just doesn't smell right. Because when you have the ball, that's like Wayne Gretzky, to put it in Canadian terms, man. That's like Wayne Gretzky saying, "Oh, I've already got 100 points this year, so I'm gonna take 25 games off and not produce." And then all of a sudden, right before the playoffs, say, "Hey, maybe I'll throw in one or two more."
Yeah, but in all fairness, you kind of wonder how much momentum does a guy like Lou have, because he's been at it since 2017, nonstop. So you got to think at some time he's going to have to take a break, slow down, maybe gather more information. I mean, there's only so much that he can do.
True.
And so I think that right now I'm afraid of the monetizing disclosure. That's what I'm worried about, sort of pay for information, which some other ufologists have done that in the past. I'd be leery of that. I'd be sort of watching for that. But so far, I think he's just taking a break and maybe just letting the public digest. That's my own personal take. But yeah, it's been quite quiet on the UFO front for the last month at least.
Right. Gary, let's get your opinion.
Well, I'm going to say two real quick things. My first thought is the old bait and switch. They're trying to pull the attention to something else so they can sneak something else in. Because when's the next release for information supposed to be? The second part of that report.
I believe the Inspector General's report is due in September. So look, I'm just going to cut you off right there. I have no problem with Luis Elizondo taking a break. He's been pushing hard. I got no problem with that. But if you're withholding information, that's where I have an issue.
I don't think it's Luis. I think that folks, there's a lot more to this. This is a government thing, and I'm gonna be honest with you. They're giving out what they're allowed to give out. And I'm curious to see what's going to happen when this next report comes and see where they go from there, for the simple fact that there's a lot more to this. And we all know that. I mean, you might not agree with me, but there's, and I love how I said about the monetization. It's not even so much the monetization on private parties. I think it's big corporations.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's the main thing. And even we know for a fact that we do have crafts that are able to do, some amazing things, but it's not what Lou has been chasing. That's not what and I think that's really, at the end of the day, what does Lou know that we don't know yet? That's what I'm looking forward to finding more out of him, actually. But like I said, I'm afraid of the monetization of ufology, of just saying, if you want to have the answers, come to my seminars. And, we've seen that happen before. I'm not going to name names, but it's dangerous grounds, right? Because we're still dealing with beliefs, and that's still something that we have to deal with, because we have evidence, but we're still dealing with people's beliefs, and that's very easy to manipulate.
Who's got the siren on there?
Sorry, that's mine. It's going by the house. Apologize.
All right. I just thought that, that was Elizondo coming to get us or something. I don't know there. A little suspicious there, I'm going to just say. But Anne Selene, I want to get your take on this. I know you're more paranormal, but you love a good UFO every now and again.
I do. It's definitely not my wheelhouse, but for me, I think that if it was me giving out the information, I don't think that I'd want to just drop the bomb and drop everything right there. I would want to give a little bit at a time, because there could be a lot that there is to digest, and I wouldn't want to cause panic or trauma or anything like that. So maybe there is something more, something bigger, and they're kind of slowing it down so that way it's easier to handle when it comes out.
But does anybody on the panel, and I'll open this up to you guys, worry about the narrative? We haven't got the full story. They've now proven, after many of us speculated, that there was a narrative going into this entire discussion starting back in 2017. All right. When they took that DNI report and only went back to 2004, that totally told me and confirmed with me that the narrative of UFOs, what they are, who they are, where they're from, is absolutely being played into a government narrative. that they're only going to tell us what they want us to know. Does this confirm, if with the holding back of news and what we're seeing right now with the slowdown, that there is a narrative in play that we should be worried about? John, we'll start with you.
Well, the problem is that I think it does, and I think, to be fair, I think Lou's hinted at this for a while. I mean, if he's saying we're in first gear, we're in second gear, we're going into third gear, that means he has a cadence in mind. He has a plan, right? I mean, let's face it. A lot of people that come from Lou's background are mission-based people. They think in mission target terms, right? So to think that even if he wasn't coordinating with anyone else, to think that he doesn't have a plan would be silly, right? He's going to have some kind of a plan. It may be a very fluid plan, but he does. I think the real challenge, Dave, is that we have no way of knowing, and nor do we even have any way of verifying what is behind the narrative, right? I mean, you know, like I've said to you before, like I've been in senior level positions in companies where I've had really good friends in other departments, and we've hung out together. And every once in a while, someone will go, "Hey, I'm trying to get this done. How do you think I should do it?" And we've all helped out, and then we've all gone back and done little things in our departments to help that guy out. And because we believed in what he was doing, we thought it was a good idea too. It wasn't sinister. It was just friends that had a common goal. Or it could be, you know, that Lou's got a group of 4 or 5 people that make decisions, but there's someone above them that taps in and says, "Hey, you know, can you guys take care of this now?" Because I totally agree with what was just said, that essentially you would want to have some sort of a cadence. If I was releasing it, I wouldn't want to dump it all at once. Especially, I mean, August is everyone goes on vacation, school's starting. There's all. I mean, they even postponed the announcement of our giant freaking space laser. That was all supposed to be. That was all ready to be announced like 2 weeks ago, and they postponed that because of what happened in Afghanistan. So if they're postponing that, like, but the challenge is that we don't have any way of even guessing what the nature of the narrative is, and we don't have any way of validating it to find out. And so you're left based on trust. We just trust that it's a benign narrative. And
well, let me throw something else to back you up, John. Look what happened when the COVID panic first started. And yes, I said the C word, but people was buying everything out of all the stores. We was having political unrest everywhere. If we dropped, this is like the major, you know, I hate to put it that way, but the Independence Day scenario. If they drop this thing, you know, hook, line, and sinker all at once, everything that we know sociologically and in the world is going to fall out the window.
What I would say to that too is, what kind of information are we looking at as well? Because it's, if we're talking about multiple species, which it appears to be, how do you pronounce, or how do you announce that to the public? Like, hey, it's not just the grays, but there's also these other species that seem to be working together. When you had that Israeli general that came out, was it last year, that sort of talked about
Shed.
Thank you. I'm horrible with names. That's the narrative. The narrative is that we are probably being visited, monitored by several entities. It's not, or civilization. It's not just one overseeing this. It's got to be
who may not be friendly with each other.
Absolutely.
And we don't know where we stand in the middle of all this. Like, what are we, an experiment? Are we just to be governed over? Are they just watching us? It's confusing, and that might be the reason to hold back is, how do you tell the public that it's open skies as well? There's nothing we can do about it. If they come down, decide to pluck you out in the middle of the night, there's not a single thing we can do about it. And that's what they're worried about telling people, is that this, yes, does happen, and we can't do anything about it.
Yeah. What's that?
Anne, your opinion.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I've had some experiences myself when it comes to witnessing UFOs and seeing whatever it was. And that was it was jarring for me. So if they come out and they're just like, hey, there's all these things, that aren't us and we don't have, I mean, it'd be too much.
And I think that's a good point, that it would be too much for a lot of the public that is out there. I don't deny that whatsoever in this entire argument. Maybe it's the old school journalist in me that I want the full story. I'm yearning for the full story. I don't want, half a loaf of bread. I want the full loaf of bread, because eventually I'm going to want more sandwiches. And I think when we're getting half a loaf of bread here, that, how the hell did I come up with bread as an example? But nonetheless, white bread, brown bread, doesn't matter. All right. Everything bagels. It doesn't matter. The point that I'm getting at is when you're only giving half the story, this is where danger occurs. You're holding it back from the public. And this is where we also see a major weakness in the way the mainstream media has been covering this topic right across the board, where they haven't asked the tough questions. They haven't gone back and said, why is the report only going to 2004? What is hiding behind that? What about Roswell? What about the 60,000 people in Phoenix? All right. There are a lot of pointed questions that need to be asked. And I'm not putting this on Lou Elizondo. Don't get me wrong. I am a fan of Lou Elizondo. I really am. I think his hands are so tied that we are lucky to get what we have out of him. And I'm willing to give him that break. Absolutely. But it doesn't mean that he can't answer any tough questions pertaining to why this subject is being controlled. Anybody?
Do you want me to say on that?
You go. We got 45
This
seconds.
is a military career man, a decorated military career man. There are things that goes through this guy's head and through this guy's heart. Believe me, I know.
Gary, and I'm going to cut you off right there, because I'm going to say this. The minute he went public, he has a responsibility and a duty to the United States public and the world public about telling us what he knows. I'm not asking him to break his NDA or ruin his career, because we all know right now that he's still a government agent. We all know that. But at some point, he's got to stick up for the public too in this topic, and we need that news. We're going to get you to hold on right there, panel, because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. The SOR Roundtable. Heated first half-hour discussion. We'll continue it when we get back, as John Hudson is just clenching his fist to respond to old Davy Boy here. Jason Guillemette is here from UAP Studies Podcast, and Selene from KPNL and from P3 Productions, and Spaced Out Radio, Gary Spikes Jr. That's a good first half hour, guys.
Yeah, during my talk, I accidentally I didn't say hit my toe, but I started getting a foot cramp halfway through a talk. That was awkward.
I hate when that happens.
But you know what was really cool is I'm really glad we got the panel we have, because Dave and I are I mean, some of us are so into this. We're so buried in it that sometimes it's impossible to separate yourself from your point of view. And I like the fact that you guys are some of you are really taking this as, I think, maybe we should, which is just, hey, this makes sense, and hey, this isn't so weird, and it might not be, but it could be.
That's the thing. If they're going to hold back information, why? Because if we're dealing with one civilization, it's, hey, we're being visited by the same craft or the same people. But if it's much more complex, how do you tell a population? Like you guys mentioned that the toilet paper rush of 2020. I mean, that in Canada, that's all it was. It was toilet paper. We all freaked out. I think it was the same in the States. We're not a species that's designed to be taken by surprise like that, especially if you're saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, which is why the abduction topic will not be touched for a long time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, John, your microphone seems to be sounding a little off tonight.
It's got some
Huh.
low and static in it.
I wonder what there's not a whole lot to it.
Maybe back your gain down a little bit.
Wonder
Or-
what kind of control I actually have. But it's possible that I'm just too close to it too.
All right, Chad Smith is here, everyone. The Chad Smith has arrived. There he is, everyone. There he is.
Is it a USB plug straight into your PC?
Into a Mac, yeah.
It does sound like it's overdriving a little bit.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Could go into your settings, your audio settings, and back the gain down a little bit. Of course, that is an Apple, so.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like the whole government UFO phenomenon. They hide stuff from you and only give you what they think you can handle.
Very well put. My big deal on that whole thing is, I think there is a bigger picture here and a bigger, how would we say, controlling factor. But I don't want to be that guy that brings out the conspiracy theories. But there's way too much evidence from all aspects of the paranormal, not just UFOs, that we seem to be leading down to something that, like a great awakening or something like that. And it's weird. And it's like there's a certain faction of individuals or entities, however you want to put it, that don't want it to happen.
Yeah, it's either don't want it.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, John.
I was going to say, and the problem is that once again, motive matters, right? If it's a group that just is worried about the panic, then okay. If it's a group that's worried about their religion being disturbed, that's not okay, right? I mean, it all depends on what's motivating that action.
Absolutely.
And remember that incident when was it the Halley's Comet, a little religious group with the Nike shoes decided to drink the Kool-Aid. You're also dealing with that kind of problem. The fake messiahs that I know the answer, they speak through me. Follow me, I'll show you the way. That is a huge problem. That's something else we have to watch out for.
For sure.
Oh, 100%. We got 1 minute here, guys. 1 minute.
Now, I did find an input volume that I was able to turn down. Did that make any difference?
A little bit.
Well, I'll leave that to Gary. He's audio guy.
Well, can you still hear me if I have it like that?
Yeah. Come down just a little bit more.
Oh, that's as low as it goes.
It doesn't have that high end crack to it that it did.
All right, well, let's try this for a little while, and
yeah,
you're not. Yeah. We'll go with it. I mean, it's not like we can't hear you. Your voice isn't as strong as it normally is, man.
Yeah.
It's super curious because I don't mess with these settings, and I use the same setup every night, and so I always love it when you get different results out of a computer, and technically there was no input.
All right, guys, hold on 1 sec here because we're going to be going here. Big thank you to Jeremy, Walker Dale, Jazz, Sally, Adam, Linda, and Black Dragon for the amazing super chats. It's a great way to support this show. Thank you to all the veterans tuned in. Here we go. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter @Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight with the SOR Roundtable. We do it near the end of each month where we talk about the month that was, the weird and strange. Joining us tonight from UAP Studies Podcast, we have Jason Guillemette, John Hudson from the Unbiased UFO Report, owner of KPNL Digital Radio, and Selene, and from P3 Productions, and our YouTube team on Spaced Out Radio, Gary Fu Manchu Jr. is here. We really appreciate all of you coming on. Now, John, I saw you right before the break shaking your fist at me about my opinion about the way this story has been handled and about the narrative. I want you to tell the public what you think.
So anyone that has career military, right? They're it's I don't even know if allegiance is a strong enough word. Their internal belief of duty is to the Constitution.
Absolutely.
And it's to the United States of America. And I know this may sound odd, but that's different than the public's right for information. And because essentially the way, and I'll be honest, like I haven't even served. I've grown up around enough and I've worked with enough people that I think I've picked it up over time. And that is that none of that freedom of speech matters if the first part isn't held true, right? So the focus is always on the stability and longevity of the government. And it's not even like the government as in like the way it's actively structured today. It's almost like the idea of the government, right? It's the concept of the United States of America. And so, while what you said, I think what you said would be true if we were talking about, like the executives at Apple, right? At some point, they need to look at the greater good of the public over the good of Apple, right? That makes sense to me. And that's even hard for people, but that part that I get. But when you're talking about someone who's criminal, especially someone like Lou,
Yes.
people need to remember what we learned recently about the roles Lou had. I mean, this is someone who was most likely in a supervisory role for multiple SAPs,
Mm-hmm.
for possibly all of them, right? This guy had a higher rank than Christopher Mellon. I mean, this Lou was he was a serious dude.
Yes.
All right, Gary, let's get your opinion.
I'm on the back with what John said. I'm just going to change his terminology a little bit. The way that
Please.
we are, it's not the government, but it's the ideology behind the United States of America. We make a decision and make a commitment to defend this ideology against all enemies, foreign and domestic, whether it be ourselves. I guarantee you, when Lou goes to bed at night, there are things in that man's head that he wants to forget, but he can't. There are things in that man's heart that he wants to say, but he can't. Because I wasn't near at the level that he is. But the same is happening to me. It is an internal conflict, and that's the reason Dave, I love you like a brother, and I'll stand behind you 100%. But I have to stand behind my brother in arms, and I have to stand by his ideology of that, because there's no telling what this guy knows, and I'm sure he wants to say it, but what is going to happen in his mind and in this country and in this world if he releases all of this?
No, and I understand. And like I said, I'm not saying that he needs to break his NDAs.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that whatsoever. I think he's been incredibly brave with the information that he gets. But the other point that John made earlier, and I'm going to kind of switch it off here, and Jason, I'm going to go throw to you here in a second. But John also said that they had to watch where they were putting out the information, because the one thing that Lou Elizondo and Sean Cahill sometimes did, and Lou more than Sean, was that they would put out information on smaller shows with very limited listenership. Now, that's great for that show because it's going to bring a lot of listeners who are following every move that Elizondo and Cahill do. However, when you go and drop information, you want to make sure that there is a massive audience whom you can share that with right off the bat. I'll give you an example of that. Okay, I gave Jeremy Corbell a couple of years ago a little bit of crap, and I hit him up on the air for it, not out of jealousy, but because out of reality of why he chose to put Bob Lazar and give Bob Lazar an interview with a channel like Secure Team 10. And the fact that channel at that time, before the channel's owner got into some legal issues, okay, but he had been known as a UFO hoaxer, putting up a bunch of CGI videos of UFOs, and it was very unpopular to those in the UFO community. And Jeremy flat out said on this show, and I agree with him on that, 2.1 million subscribers. 2.1 million subscribers. And I agreed with him. As much as I was grinding my teeth that I wanted Lazar, I wanted a shot at him because I had some very poignant questions that I would like asked. But that 2.1 million, I didn't have. And I think that's one of the things that going forward in the messaging that they may now be getting, that, look, Lou, you may like to give everybody some tidbits every now and again, but if you got a show with 50 listeners and you got a show coming up with 15,000 listeners, you got to save that detail for those 15,000.
Yeah. Yeah, and that makes sense because they're trying to get a bigger bang for your, I would say bigger bang for your buck. They're not really making any money off of this, but you go where the crowd is. But it's nice if they give a bone to, the smaller podcasts as well, sort of, help build the community, especially the UFO community. I mean, it's so welcoming, and I've been blown away by everybody's generosity actually in this field. So I think Lou's the same. Lou did, a couple interviews with people just starting off in podcasting. So I think he's been very generous with his time that way. And even we're talking about him taking a break. If you're about to release a bunch of new stuff or maybe go at it again, you would need a break in between, right? It's just like a fighter. If you're going to go in, for another punch or something, you want to take a step back, take a breather, and then go back in. And I think that might be what Lou is up to. I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
I'll agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Well, and the one thing I would add as well is that, part of this whole missile defense thing that was supposed to be announced, 2 weeks ago that's been postponed. Mm-hmm. One of the things we learned a little about is what is involved in getting something that's attached to an SAP program made public. Who in the chain has to be involved and who has to approve it. And this is something that has to, anything involving any kind of SAP work, you're talking about the DNI and the president. And that tough stuff takes time to queue, right? You got to get on people's schedules. You have to fit in other people's, paradigms and so forth, right? And so there could be some, natural reason for it. Lou did bring up the fact that 60 Minutes is going to rerun their special this Sunday, and so so he kind of hinted at the fact that this is kind of a rehash period for people to kind of read up and catch up and so forth. But yeah, I mean, I think the problem is I think you can explain this in a very benign way. I think you can describe this in a medium way, and I think you can describe this in a very nefarious way. And it all depends on people's intentions and what was the motivation and the catalyst for the behavior. And those are things that are very hard for us to ever discover.
John, you brought up a good point that I was actually wanting to ask a question about. We hear a lot of this in all of the smaller podcasts and all of the, the fringe UFO stuff. Why are we not hearing more of this on the mainstream media? I mean, if this is that big of a deal, I know he did the 60-minute special, but that you don't hear a lot more of that. They seem to be wanting to and I'm not turning this political, I'm asking it as a serious question, but they seem to be wanting to stream more of political unrest and stuff. Is that part of that bait and switch, or is it just they're not
I could be wrong, but I think that part is very practical, because what you'll see that, it's really interesting, the cadence that comes out, because basically, what gets talked about on mainstream shows in UFO, right, are things that are not new to any of us that do research, right? There's stuff we all know, right? Then you look at what's been done in the major, right? 60 Minutes, right? And that stuff, that's old, right? I mean, they cover stuff that we were talking about like 2 years ago.
John, I'm going to step in here, because we recently had space.com give us the exact same article as 3 years ago, just a few days ago. Okay. Bingo. And as Jeremy in the chat room states, we're done with rehashing. We're done with those 3 videos. Okay. If anybody wants to talk about those 3 videos, because we now know how they came out, but nobody has ever asked point blank why the TTSA was never sued by the United States Navy for putting their logo on a for-profit company on United States Navy product. Nobody. I mean, that's the question that needs to be asked. Okay, there's all these pointed questions that we're rehashing over and over and over again, and that's the struggle that we're having. When space.com comes out, or 60 Minutes comes out and rehashes everything that we know the last 3 years that we have heard every day, and not just us because we're in the UFO field, but the mainstream public as well, that's where the danger is. I mean, we have all pinned our hopes on the bow-tied Tucker Carlson, who is still asking the same questions he did 3 years ago. Like, Tucker, you're an alleged journalist, even though you're not a journalist, you're more of a commentator, okay? But you definitely know that report goes back to 2004.
Yeah.
Not 1947. Okay, or the Foo Fighters of World War II, 1939 to 1945.
Yep, but I think this answers Gary's question, and that is that we're guinea pigs. Basically, they test messages on smaller crowds. They see what kind of effect they get. Then they try it in a larger crowd. They see what kind of effect they get. If nothing's blown up, then it shifts out to 60 Minutes. And that takes time. And so you have this cadence of material that's being, guinea pigged on smaller groups, and it slowly rolls out. And it sounds like there's about a 3 year click to it, right? And so for people that are watching all of it, it looks ridiculous.
John,
it's frustrating.
I love you, but I'm going to disagree with you here.
Please.
And the reason why is a media outlet with trusted journalists like 60 Minutes doesn't wait for the AOK. They know they dropped the ball, and they dropped the ball on their story, okay, and they were playing catch up with that report. All right. I don't buy for a second, and I'm probably in the minority here as someone who has actually worked in mainstream media, and it's one of the things that I actually do know about in my life. And I tell you, I could break down a hockey game like nothing thanks to working in media. But nonetheless, the one thing I do know is an outlet like 60 Minutes should have reported on that 3 years previous. Okay. Yes. One of their editors or editor team decided not to run that story because they were foolish. And once they realized that there was something there, okay, that's when they got on their high horse and butchered the story that they could have told. So I don't believe that for a second.
Which they think they did a great job of and are rerunning on Sunday.
Well, of course, because of the ratings. They may think it was a terrible job, which it was, okay, but the ratings impacted a replay. That's what it is. It's money.
See, I would say that Canadian media is even far worse for anything. They waited how long until they started covering it on CTV or Global News? They're always behind. They'll wait till the waters have been tested before they'll even cover the subject. And I'm quite disappointed in Canada for that. They should be on the ball.
Absolutely. Jason, I'm going to ask you a question here for our
Mhm.
Canadian listeners and Canadian Dave here. Okay. I believe you have done some interviews across Canada about this topic.
Did a few? Yeah.
Okay. Me too. Me too. Have you ever been asked by a Canadian media outlet? I'm not talking a podcast outlet. I'm saying mainstream media outlet. Have you ever been asked in any of the questions that you have taken regarding Canada's role in ufology, and is it happening here?
I haven't been asked by any major program. I think in November I'm doing or helping the CBC Radio 1 do some special on UAPs across Canada. But yeah, I haven't had anybody really ask me what Canada's role in all of this has been. And of course, Canada is as much involved in this as the United States has been.
Absolutely.
Since the get-go. And, we're not that innocent country that doesn't know anything.
Exactly.
We do.
The reason why I ask you that, and I apologize for cutting you off, okay, the reason why I ask you that is because I've probably done 20 interviews on this subject across Canada, and not a single mainstream radio station, except one, which is a station that we broadcast on Saga 960 in Mississauga, Ontario, has asked me if Canada is involved. I've baited them into the question, and they never took the bait on whether or not Canada. They're only interested in what's happening in the United States. Like, this problem is below the 49th parallel. That's where all the woo is.
Yeah. It only happens in the States, right? Yeah.
Exactly. That's the point I'm getting at. We're going to move on here, gentlemen and lady, because we have
actually, Dave,
yeah.
Can I bring up one quick point? Because I meant to mention this earlier. When Elizondo was talking about the 90-day report that has to be filed, and you and I talked before about the fact that the requirements specifically said that anything you report that you should have reported before, but you haven't, must be reported in the current meeting. What he said is that requirement goes back to the 40s. He specifically said that requirement goes back to the 40s. So he is expecting information going that far back to slowly come out in each 90-day report as it becomes available. And that's the first time I've heard him ever talk about data coming out prior to 2004. And so I just thought you'd appreciate hearing that, because I know, you don't have talked about the frustration of data, older than, a teenager.
No, absolutely. We're going to turn the tides here. So we got about 5 minutes to go before we need to go to break at the top of the hour. Our guests tonight on the roundtable, we have Stetson John Hudson from the Unbiased UFO Report, and Selene from KPNL Digital Radio, Gary Spikes Jr. from P3 Productions, and our Spaced Out Radio YouTube guru. He's the guy who buys all of our followers. And, of course, Jason Guillemette from UAP Studies Podcast. And we're going to go to experiencers here, because the one thing that I have noticed over the last year, but mainly in the last, let's say 2 months, experiencers are getting ripped all over the place. Like, their opinion is like a fly on your food, where you are shooing them away because they have no business being here. And I'm seeing a lot of this. I'm seeing a lot of podcast hosts go after experiencers. I'm seeing a lot of chat rooms go after experiencers. And Gary, I want to start you off with this one, because I know we're going to end up carrying this over the break.
Now, are you talking in the UFO community or in it?
Does not matter the community.
It seems like there's an argumentative, how would we say, attitude about it. But yeah, I would say that it's like people, they're stuck in their opinion and don't want to listen to anybody else's, and it's not right.
Okay.
I would say it's okay to question people. Like, if they're going to be on your podcast, question, but within certain limits. You don't want to invite somebody over your podcast and completely tear them down or try to find holes in their story. I mean, that's not the place to do that. And some of these people rather go on podcasts and seek maybe help that they should be getting. hypnotherapy is not always the answer to any event that takes place, especially within ufology. But, if it's okay to say some people with mental illness do end up seeing things as well. Just because you're bipolar doesn't mean you're not going to see a UFO. I mean, that still exists. Unfortunately, everybody gets painted with quite a broad brush when it comes down to being an experiencer or trying to talk about something that they've experienced. Everybody sort of gets painted with that. Well, it's putting you in a cuckoo category as opposed to listening to what the person has got to say.
Now, let me play devil's advocate for a second, right? Because let me say first off, I agree with you, Dave, and I think it's really kind of crazy the way this is all being handled. And I think I'm not sure there's any place to be specifically trying to trip people up and tear them down, right? I mean, that's just not good behavior. But look at it from this point of view. If I'm trying to decide whether aliens actually exist, if I'm trying to decide whether UFOs actually come here, if I'm that far back in the decision tree, right? I don't necessarily want to hear from someone who already believes. They're tainted. And now it's not tainted in a bad way, but they're tainted. They're already deep, deep, deep on that side of the tree, right? So if I'm way up on the branch system, I don't want to hear from those people yet. Now, if I end up down that path, yeah, I do. But right now, I don't, because they're believers. I want to talk to people that are a similar level that I am. And so there could be a little bit of that going on. But I think, unfortunately, I think part of what's happened is I think that because of the way information used to come out, because of the amount of hoaxing that used to come out, that there's a certain percentage of the UFO community that is just here for the fun of debugging stuff. They're just here for the fun of technically dissecting things and trying to figure out what's wrong. And they enjoy figuring out that it was a fraud. And that's it. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, but no one talks about the stuff that no one's debunked. Like no one gets out and says, this one's real. That's not what happens. The stuff that's kind of real ends up fading off into the distance and no one talks about it. Everyone wants to talk about the broken stuff. So part of it too is that we have a culture of people that want to tear it apart.
Well, let me back you up just for a second. In the paranormal community,
20 seconds.
Up until a little while ago, and we'll roll right in, it used to be common question. Do you have a history of drug abuse or mental illness? Anymore, that's taboo. Oh my God, how dare you ask me that? Well, that's just a question. That was a common factor in the paranormal community. You try to cross over into Bigfoot and cryptid community, and they want to slit your throat.
All right, I'm going to get you guys to hold on right there. We're going to continue this talk because I feel the gloves are starting to loosen up on the wrist, and I feel they may fall to the ice because we're going to talk experiencers. Because I'll throw the shot out right over the bow of some of these guests here that are with us tonight. If you've never seen aliens, you never know what it's like to have an experience.
Absolutely.
All right.
How could you?
Well, we'll debate it when we come back. John. I'm going to have some fun here. John Hudson. We got Jason Guillemette and Selene, Gary Spikes Jr. The SOR Roundtable continues right after this. All right. Time out.
Yeah.
I don't want any talk during the break about this subject because I want to save it for the radio side.
Okay. All right.
Oh, man. I had something to say.
Well, you can finally speak when we get on the air. How about that?
All right.
Yeah, Ann is due. Yeah, she's due.
You want to talk, just show your fangs. We'll all back off.
Come on, let's see the fangs. Come on.
There you go.
Oh, nice. Look at those. Wow.
Beauty, eh? Very beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Probably breaks any habit you might have of chewing your lip, huh?
Uh-huh.
The what?
Break any habit you might have of chewing your bottom lip.
Yeah.
All right.
Less food to eat.
Okay.
Like that.
I bet you she could chop an apple like anything right now, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. They're actually really sharp.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat suggested that I log out and log back into the stream. That might have some.
Yeah, we can try that. Let's do it right now because we're on a longer break here.
Yep. I'll just leave and come right back.
Okay. Hi there, D Swagger. How are you? Nice to see you back. And who else is here? M. Coons. What's happening, M. Coons? Who else is here? Let's see here. Oh, I have been battling indigestion all day. I had some overly spicy butter chicken for lunch.
Nice.
Yeah, and Dave loves it, but Dave's stomach apparently doesn't like it anymore.
Oh goodness.
Getting older sucks.
It does.
Yeah.
That's true.
Hi, John.
Hello? Is that any better?
Welcome back. Wow.
Way better.
I think so.
All right. Well, whoever recommended that in the chat,
Nice.
thank you.
Yes, we better plug that thing in. My goodness. Oh. All right, you guys chat with the YouTube crowd. I'll be right back, guys.
Now we can talk about it. Yeah.
Now's our chance.
Right?
Jason, how long have you been like, really into this field?
Do you know what? I think probably about a year and a half, I would say, is when I really got into it. I mean, I read
How are you
books.
feeling?
It's crazy. It's just crazy. And talking to all these, big time ufologists and getting to learn from them, this is just a whirlwind. It's crazy, but I'm enjoying it. Like, the people I get to talk to, the things I get to learn or hear about, like, I'm a sucker for the stories as well. Right. So
one thing I'll be curious about is I'd love to talk to you again in a little while, because I have this hypothesis that there's a normal story arc that we all go through. Because I got into this about 6 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, and I'd always been into this, but I had ignored it for most of my life, and I just happened to start getting back into it in 2015, right before 2017 happened. So flawless timing. And I have this hypothesis. There's a story arc where we all start out in propulsion, right? We really focus on the physics and how you form the warp bubble and all this stuff, right? And that's what I did. My personal love is physics. That's what I'm focused on. And so and then you get to this point where you just can't go any further, and you have no choice but to start. I'm just going to study consciousness. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to focus on consciousness. And then you find the rabbit hole, right? And consciousness leads you to NDE stuff. And then you're like, wait. No. I'm not doing religious research. This is physics. Like, what happened to me, right? And then you find yourself, talking about mediums and past life regression and all this wacky stuff. And the next thing you know, you're talking to people who talk about ghosts, and you're like, okay, maybe. And you're like, what happened? How did I get here? Right? It's a crazy adventure, man.
It's like looking ahead and saying, I'm never going to become that guy. And then a few years later, you're like, I'm that guy.
Exactly.
But wait, let me explain to you why.
Exactly. And it's so funny. It's just like, it's trippy. I'll be really, because the one thing that I have found, which I like, is that I found that if you look at a lot of the people that have been researching this for a while, depending on where they are on their adventure, the one thing that a lot of us seem to get out of it in all different ways is we lose our fear of death.
Right.
Not me, man. Not me.
No, except for Dave. Dave's the one exception. It's a weird thing. I don't get it. I don't really understand why that's such a big deal, but it's a very common outcome.
Gonna get you guys to hold on. Hello, Terrence. How are you, Terrence? What is happening? It's my buddy Terry in Toronto. He is sitting on Yonge Street waiting for the Maple Leafs Stanley Cup parade. And yeah.
Low blow.
How are you? No, well deserved. Chris Mo in Austria, how are you? Good to have you here. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Black Dragon, Linda, Adam, Sally, Jazz, Walker, and Jeremy for the amazing super chats. It's a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. Hello, Red. How are you? Nice to have you here. And we're going to get going here in 5 seconds. Get your horns up, people. Bumblefoot is coming.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Want to say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Icarescent. Icarescent is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight with the SOR Roundtable. We do it near the end of each month, where we talk about the month that was in the weird of strange and weird and, of course, UFOs. Joining us tonight from UAP Studies Podcast, we have Jason Guillemette. We have John Hudson from the Unbiased UFO Report, and Selene, owner of KPNL Digital Radio, and, of course, Gary Spikes Jr., Bigfoot researcher, Fu Manchu extraordinaire. And we continue on tonight. And I want to get your opinion on the fact that experiencers lately, doesn't matter whether it's paranormal, supernatural, cryptid, or UFOs, aliens, we always seem to be shoving the experiencer to the side of late. We don't want their information. It's all about science. It's all about facts and proof. And the anecdotal evidence now means nothing.
Right. Well, I want to build off what was said before the break. I think that we experiencers are challenging people's comfort. I know for me, I didn't really look into Sasquatch. I didn't really want to hear people's stories. I wasn't ready for that. And then you throw me into my own experience, and now it's changed. And now I'm more willing to do the research and I'm willing to look at the stories. But before, I have to be honest, there's a bit of fear, and I wasn't ready to go down that road. So I think that a lot of people will cast experiencers aside due to fear.
And ridicule. Because there is a large part of ridicule that is going along with that. And look, the scientific studies, Jason, I don't think are wrong. Don't get me wrong. We need that. We need to figure out what these craft are. We need to figure out where they're coming from. But I can tell you this, from an experiencer's point of view, I think, especially when it comes to UFOs and extraterrestrial contact, I really believe that the UFO public who has had experiences are closer to the answers than somebody like Avi Loeb, who wants to start a study trying to figure out where these people or where these craft are coming from and if they're out there.
Yeah, and there's probably good chances that some people on this planet are already aware of where they're coming from and, you know, what is out there. It's, you know, I think we keep pondering that question, where are they from? It's like, and it angers me that I know there's people that know this, that, you know, is it, you know, Zeta Reticuli, you know, A and B? We don't, you know, I'm pretty sure at this point, it's probably safe to say that, you know, it keeps popping up in conversations and you know, different people that I interview. So probably say that might be a star system that does harbor life, that they're able to come here. As experiencers, that's the part where my heart is at. I you know, somebody who says they've been abducted, I want to hear their case. like hear them out first, because I think if you want to know why they're here, look at the abductees. What is it about the abductees that they're so fascinated about? What is it about their DNA or the physicality of this person that makes them come out? I mean, that's a big think about the operation here. They have to come in the middle of the night, which, it kind of sounds like a fairy tale, but, they usually come at night to take somebody into a ship that is designed to have medical procedures done into it. There's a table in it. There's, actual chairs in case you have multitude of people in there. They could sit on the side, which has been reported many times. This is a big endeavor. Exactly. It's a huge endeavor. This would cost hundreds of trillions of dollars to do on a global scale. So yes, I want to hear the experiencers, because a lot of them have similarities to their story, or maybe something about them that's specific. And I'm always curious about what diseases do they have. Like, I'm type 1 diabetic. Do they take diabetics? Is it that they skip all the diabetics altogether? Like, what diseases do people have? Exactly. What is it about them that makes them so special?
Well, and the thing is that, but what you do, and I'll just make a side note, all that high tech to do that, and they still put people's clothes on backwards when they're done. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, like what that's what happens when you have hired help. But the thing is that the way you phrased it, the way you talked about it, it's clear in your language that you personally, to some level, have accepted the idea that UAPs, UFOs are real, and that the aliens are at some level visiting or have visited Earth. Once you've made that conclusion, now the experiencers are almost the only people you want to talk to, because they've actually talked to the bloody aliens, right? So it's like, if you want to go talk to the horse's mouth, right, that's who you talk to.
Yeah.
But until you've made that decision, because the thing is, what if you decide that they're not real? Now all those people are crazy, right? If you decide they are real, then all those people are the most valuable resources in the world. So until you've made that choice, until you've decided what you believe, it's triage.
You know what? I'm going to tell you something. I've never mentioned this on the show before. I was talking to a very high insider in this subject. I'm going to leave this person's name out. And I had mentioned to him about my good friend and good friend of this show, Samantha Mowat. And Jason, you need to get Samantha on the air for your show. Okay, Samantha will blow your mind. You
got to hook me up. Hook me up.
Pace yourself.
I can do that. Okay, and I will tell you this, because they were asking if there was anybody that I knew who could help transition eventually into the alien talk, and I brought forward Samantha. I always do, because she is, in my opinion, the best kept secret in ufology, even though more people are starting to hear of her of late and starting to pay attention to her. But that being said, all right, I can tell you this. I was told by this insider, who is very well versed in this story, that they had no intention of working or bringing Samantha Mowat in at this time, because she was so far ahead of the game that it would absolutely freak people out if it got onto television or it got into the mainstream media. Okay, that the world was not ready for people like Samantha. And this person did not deny what he had learned about Samantha at all. He's like, she is the real deal. And I told you so. I told you so.
And Dave, I'll be honest with you. I'm still not totally comfortable hearing you say that. There's a part of me that wants her to be wrong, that wants her to be crazy, because what she talks about, it's not easy to swallow. It really isn't. It's very uncomfortable, and it's some of it. She handles it like a champ. Like, she's just like, oh well, it's just like this and like this and like this, and she's adapted extremely well. I mean, she presents it very, very well. But when you start internalizing it and thinking, what it would be like if you were experiencing what she experienced,
dude, I have. That's
or my daughter. I mean, my God. I mean, like, it's
Yeah.
like, that's so. I agree with this guy you talked about, right? Like, I would keep Samantha in a very, very nice, housing development, feed her well, and just, keep her there for a couple of years until everyone's ready. She's
and by the way,
intense.
in a couple of weeks, Samantha will be on doing monthly visits on Spaced Out Radio with Lynn Wallington, our weekend host.
Oh, cool.
And I believe the first one where Samantha will be on will be, let me check here, it will be on September 12th. And that'll be on our YouTube channel. So, I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal. But I mean, we get to the point of the experiences. Gary, recently we had you back on as a guest to talk about your Sasquatch story, and where you were literally 2 feet away from a Sasquatch staring at you while you were sleeping in your vehicle. And that's an anecdotal story, unfortunately. It is. We choose whether or not to believe you. We believe you because you can hear it in your voice, your emotions, and everything that goes through. This is what concerns me about the argument that we are having these days regarding the experiencer. All right, because there's no photograph. Sure, there's no evidence. There's no Sasquatch poop on the bottom of your shoe or anything along those lines. Okay. But here's what we do know. All right. We do know you had an experience that was very real to you, and we can choose whether or not we want to believe you. The problem that we're having out there that I see is that we have too many people immediately, without knowing you,
Absolutely,
attacking you because they don't believe you. It's not just like, I don't believe this guy. It is, this guy's a nut bar. This guy is obviously crazy. He doesn't believe, he's probably having nightmares from his military service, and it's transitioned to this. Sasquatch doesn't exist. Who's this guy trying to fool? Now, I'll give you an example here before I go. Speaking of Samantha, I did a podcast recently where I was asked about my experience with Samantha in the forest, where we were 200 feet away from an extraterrestrial. All right. The criticism I took in that chat room for that story, which doesn't bother me, but I'm just giving you as an example here, is incredible.
I got to go back and look.
From this guy being a nut bar to, I don't believe this guy. And here's the thing that and I realize people are done with stories. I get that. But you know what? You weren't there. You weren't there to see my emotions of where I was frozen stiff. Okay? Because when I was in that forest hanging out with Samantha, looking at this alien 200 feet in front of us in the middle of the day, I didn't see Jason Guillemette there. I didn't see John Hudson there, or Anne Selene there, or Gary Spikes Jr., or any of our audience there. So don't sit there and try and tell me what I saw compared to what I didn't see. And I agree with the point, guys, and Jason, we'll get to you after this. I agree with the point that for a lot of people out there, they're only going by what they're hearing, and they're going to make up their mind on that. But there's difference between not believing and being so harshly critical that you're going to try and shoot that person down and kill their reputation.
Well, let me say one little phrase.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the experiencers and experiences, the scientist would have nothing to study.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, very good point. Yeah, no, the experiencers is...
Which is one of the reasons why they've stayed away.
Okay, let's get to Jason.
Now, let's say the experiencers is where it's at. Now, obviously, it's, for me, devil's in the details. I've said that several times. When you hear about Betty Hill, when she's talking about how one entity came in from another room that Barney was in and got all excited, and she wondered why. And then he put his hands inside her mouth and he starts prying on her teeth. And then he asked her, why isn't your teeth being removed from your mouth like your husband's? And she had to explain to them what dentures were. Now, if you're telling a phony baloney story, why would you throw in that level of detail? Right? So for them, they got all excited. Oh my God, these things, teeth removed from their mouth. Like he thought he would show the other crew on the other side the same thing. So that level of detail is like, wow. If there's no validity there, that is a great storyteller.
It's
right?
those little things.
It's the little things. And I always wonder about like smells. Tell me about the smells. Like you had a Sasquatch sighting. What was the smell? The same thing on the ship. Like if I was, aboard a craft and I thought, oh my God, I'm going to forget this, I'd smell everything, like smell every, table, everything I could to try to get some sort of memory back at some point when I get a whiff of something that reminds me of it. So, the experiencers, it is where it's at, because without them, we don't know what these, yeah, and I'm talking UFOs here, but I mean it's the same thing with Sasquatch or anything else. It's what details are they giving you, and how credible do you find their story, right?
Absolutely. I want to get to a point here because Chris in our chat room brings up a very good point. He goes, Spaced Out Radio is the only chat I go to now. So ugly in the other ones when experiencers are brought up. We're attacking these people for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
For no reason. I know there's a host out there who has literally ruined a number of people. And he's a Canadian host. And we literally are trying to book this guy for this show. And he now has such a taste after going on another Canadian show's host or another Canadian host show that this guy absolutely trampled him and his research without even talking to him about it. Totally set him up. So I had to guarantee a list of things that we would not do in order to get this guy on. And they were all simple things like, let me finish a sentence.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. I mean, this is the crap that we are dealing with on a basis. And then you get a lot of show hosts out there where I know there are listeners in our chat room right now who have been attacked because they have experiences and they brought them on other podcasts, and those podcast hosts have absolutely ripped them apart in front of their audience, and their audience literally chased them off. Why do that? If you don't agree with something, it's okay to say, you know what? I'm just not buying your story. I'm sorry. It's okay to be polite rather than absolutely carve them a new one and make them feel so horrible about what they are experiencing because you're not standing in their shoes. And I know you're looking like you want to say something.
No, I mean, I agree. It's one of those things where it's very difficult. It's something new to me being in that realm of things, and I've definitely been attacked when it comes to my own stories. And I have definitely been around some other people that have cut me down immediately when I've went to tell my story. And it's almost like they try to pick it apart to find they so badly want to make what you're saying just nothing, that it's not true. And they will go to any length to do it. And I feel like it's out of fear. I feel like it's out of, they don't want their perfect little world, their comfort to be destroyed. But what you really have to ask, what are they going through internally? Because they've got something so ugly inside of them that they're now projecting it out on you.
Yep. And some of it is it's very normal. It's like there are so many people in this field that started with Bob Lazar. Like that's what got them interested. And they really believed Bob Lazar. I was one of them. And then I don't even remember what did it, but there was something that happened at some point where basically like a lot of us completely gave up on Bob Lazar. And it was hard. I mean, I was depressed because he was the only real evidence I had, at least that I felt, that UFOs were real. So if he wasn't legit, then UFO, like I was young, right? It's like I was sad. I was like depressed. And so I think a lot of people went through that experience. And so now they're out there going, well, I'm not gonna believe in you again and get my hopes up and get all excited and then have it all fall apart again. So I'm gonna debunk you now to save myself the pain and suffering of falling for your stuff and then learning later that you're full of it. So it's very defensive. It's very based on fear. You're totally right.
Yeah, I agree with that. Perfectly said.
And even with Bob, I mean, when you listen to his story, you can say, okay, well, you could dismiss the whole thing. But what you can't dismiss is the fact that he would drive 2 hours and 40 minutes with a whole group of people to bring him out in the middle of a desert, middle of nowhere, to see a UFO fly, and they all witnessed it. So,
I've gone back and forth 5 times with Bob.
Yeah, right. It's like if he was lying, those people wouldn't come forth and say, yeah, he did bring us out. We did see something. When you look at those, just that alone, like how would he know that 2 hours and 40 minutes away from Las Vegas, they were flying this craft every Wednesday at 7:00? Like, how would he know that?
Yep. But the thing is and someone else said it earlier about the fact that the part of the challenge is that this field is still wrapped in belief systems. Mm-hmm. It's not science. It's not data yet, right? Yeah. And whenever you have belief systems, that people tie them to their egos, and they defend their belief system the same way they would defend their own reputation, their own honor. That's the whole reason why products try to turn their brand into a belief system. Like that's the whole reason why the Republican Party and the Democrat Party in the US have tried to turn their stuff into a belief system, because they know it causes people to act very emotionally and become very defensive of the idea, as if they're defending their own child, right? Right. And right now, a lot of the UFO world is in that state, and it makes all of this so much harder and so much more volatile.
Very true. Very true. As we got about just under 2 minutes left, Gary, as a Bigfoot experiencer that you are, I mean, you see it in that community too. We focus on UFOs, but you're seeing it in that community quite as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm seeing it in every community, even the paranormal. Somebody commented, maybe it's society with all everybody being on lockdown. They're getting more nasty. I don't think it is. But the biggest thing that I could say is, folks, be careful who you're ripping apart, because this is a traumatic experience for most people, and you are affecting them for the rest of their life. How you present this, be respectful about it. Quit being a prick, for the lack of better terms. Yep. You're damaging people that's already damaged goods. Help heal.
Pouring salt on the wound.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't want to say it's like the Me Too movement, but if you have had an assault on your person, a violation of some sort, which a lot of these people do have, depending on the experience, and then they're trying to talk about it, and then you shut them down, that's basically tell them, don't talk to me about it, right? I don't want to hear about it because it's uncomfortable. Anything that makes us uncomfortable as a society, we don't want to. It doesn't exist. Think about the 1950s. Like, next door neighbor was beating his wife. Nobody batted an eye at him. Said good morning to him every morning and just went about your business. Shut your mouth. You didn't see anything. That mentality is still kind of lingering in our societies. But
no, you're very true. Crew, I'm going to get you to all hold on here, because we are going to go to break at the bottom of the hour here on Spaced Out Radio. And what I want to come up with next is fakers. People who fake evidence, fake who they are in order to get more camera time, more video time, more documentary time. Let's get into it. We may not bring up names, but we'll bring up experiences. And Selene, Gary Spikes Jr., John Hudson, and Jason Guillemette join us next here on Spaced Out Radio as the Roundtable continues to end out the month. All right, we're clear.
And Jason, let me just add that Samantha is a beautiful person. I mean, a really beautiful person, right? But just keep in mind, if you were in the kiddie pool and then you went into like the shallow end and maybe you're in the deep end, she's like the Marianas Trench. I mean, she's like she's down there, right? And so,
Those are the people that I'm looking for.
Well, then
Yeah.
she's perfect for you.
Yeah.
She's perfect for you.
My spiritual guru Pascal is in the chat room tonight, and Pascal can tell you point blank that everything that I've gone through is 100% true. I mean, you want to see some serious woo, Jason? I should get you to meet with Pascal.
Nice.
Oh yeah, yeah. Pascal and I did this experiment before the aliens came. We did this experiment, and I ask, anybody can do this. Put yourself in a completely black room. Okay, not just a room where you turn the lights out. Okay, we're talking taping up the doorways, taping up the windows with black garbage bags over black garbage bag over black garbage bag to get as pure darkness as possible. And I could tell you this, man. I could tell you this, that the shit you will see when you are completely in the dark is unbelievable. The first time Pascal and I did that, we actually, we're sitting 3 feet away from each other and cannot see each other. That's how black this room is. And we literally watched a solar system start spinning between us up at the ceiling of the room. And you would see little shoot-offs of these little orbs. Like the solar system was maybe only this big. Okay, this is the stuff we're talking about. And at one point, I was literally going like this with my hand, and I could see my hand glowing. Okay, Pascal could not see my hand glowing.
Dave, do you know if it makes a difference if you just cover the eyes versus blocking out the room?
No, you want complete black, like a complete black room. It is insanely awesome. It's freaky because you can't see your hand right here. You can't. And I would love anybody to try this out. It's phenomenal.
Yeah,
I have.
The thing is, if you cover your eyes, if you block out all the eyes after, it sometimes happens in 10 minutes, but it'll definitely happen in 20 minutes. You will start to see all sorts of crazy stuff as well. Like you will see colors, you will see all sorts of all your mind. Your mind will eventually. Your mind gets bored enough; it starts manufacturing its own entertainment.
Yeah,
so I was kind of curious how this contrasts to that.
Oh, dude, this is totally different. I know exactly what you're talking about. Totally different. So with Samantha, all right, Jason, I knew her for 25 minutes when she walked me into that forest because she knew there were aliens in there. She knew. And when when the 4 dogs that were with us disappeared, that's when shit got real. So when you interview her, ask her about that and ask her about the dogs. Chefist, how are you? Thank you.
I'd love to interview the dogs.
Oh, well,
I'd like
Doug,
to know why the dogs left.
Believe it or not, Doug, who is right in front of me, he was there. I would love to know what is in his brain about that. All right.
Talk to Doug.
Give me 1 second here, guys. Thank you to Nicola, to Tim, to Jeremy, to Walker, Jazz, Sally, Adam, Linda, and Black Dragon for the amazing super chats tonight. It's a wonderful way to support this show and what we do on a nightly basis. Thank you so much for the love. Really appreciate that. We got about 1 minute to go here, guys. Chef, it's all in your mustache, man. It's all in your mustache. Just let that juice drip. It's all you need. Chef has one of them big Lanny McDonald mustaches.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
You need a good partition, like a good lip, from your nose down to your lip to be able to grow one of those, I don't have that either.
I can't grow a good mustache.
Yeah.
Not like Gary Spikes there.
Yeah, I can't grow a good one either.
Very well put.
Yeah. I mean, I'll hook you up with Samantha. We're going to get going here in about 10 seconds, everyone. Thank you to all the veterans listening to this show. We absolutely love you. You always have a safe home here, as well as to all our regulars in the chat room tonight. Thank you. Here we go with the second half. We pass the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for tuning us in. Really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight with the SOR Roundtable. We are joined by UAP Studies podcast host Jason Guillemette. We have Gary Spikes Jr. from P3 Productions and SOR on the YouTube side, and Selene. She is the queen of KPNL Digital Radio. And from the Unbiased UFO Report, Stetson, John Hudson is with us. And we're going to continue on talking here about fakers and hoaxers who are out there getting a lot of press. Now, earlier on, we were talking about the experiencers out there, but there are a lot of people out there who are trying to pull the wool over people's eyes in order to try and gain more television time, more conferences, more book deals, more podcasts, whatever it may be, in order to try and get their name out there. This has always been a problem in this field because people, when you have no education, no foundation, no nothing, this is always something that we can look at as a problem that is going to stay here for a long, long time in this field. Now, there are some great people in this field. Let us not pass judgment that it is a small percentage of those. But Gary, I want to start with you on this one, because coming from the Bigfoot world, there's always the people out there, who are convinced this is a monkey. They're convinced this is a great ape. They're not willing to hear the full subject matter in regards to the subject. And to me, that type of stuff is what really hurts the research moving forward. What's your thoughts?
Absolutely. I mean, you have to listen to both sides of the story. And I mean, you opening this up with hoaxers. The Bigfoot community, encrypted community, is chock full of hoaxers. Of course, you had to ask me, the guy that's just paying people, buying the subs for your channel. That's we're called Poor Boys Paranormal, because I'm spending all my money over here. But it is the community itself, and the subject matter itself exudes that kind of behavior. But of every 5 that might be a hoax, you're going to have 1 or 2 that's the real deal. And that's the information that we've got to be able to glean out there. I don't think that in my life, I don't have any time for the hoaxers. If I find out somebody's a hoaxer, I politely, keyword, I politely disagree and back away. I don't.
Before you go any further, we should actually say that we are making fun of the fact of you buying subscribers for our channel, because lately we have been absolutely trolled because of the great job Gary has done in rebuilding our YouTube channel. Our subscribers the last couple of months have really taken off, and that has led some people on the internet to believe that we are buying subscribers rather than using the good old-fashioned hard work in order to, pick it up. So we like to make fun of that here, that, all of the people in our chat room are bought and paid for bots, and, that we're buying everything now, even though we risk losing our monetization from YouTube over that. Yeah. So please note the sarcasm. I'm sorry. I have to bring it up because once again,
there's a lot of Chad Smiths.
It does look kind of suspicious.
I'm just saying.
You never go wrong with Chad Smith.
But seriously, on a serious note, hoaxing is not good for the community. It's not good for the science. It's not good for in the cryptid community, I call it the target species, but it's not good for the subject matter. It's not good for the whole function, straight across the board for everything. And one bad hoaxer, for the lack of better terms, down here in the South, will say one bad apple will ruin the whole batch, and it will. And that might be where we're getting some of these folks that are ripping experiencers apart, is because of these hoaxers.
Because they're afraid of the damage they're going to do.
Right.
But the challenge is that you said that you like to I mean, any of us in any field we're in, you like to fast fail the things that are obviously not quality, right? They're not what you need. But the challenge is that no one has any definitive set of guidelines for passing and failing anybody. So what that means is that any one of us could be failing someone that we shouldn't, right? Believing someone is false when they're not, and we could be believing people that are actually false. We all have different ways of measuring it. Most of us can't even quantify what we do to measure it. A lot of people just go on their gut, right? And everyone's got different instincts, and this is ugly, right? I mean, if you don't know what's going on, like this is a nasty pool to jump into, because you don't want to be if you have no way of doing it, if you have no way of deciding who's false and who's true, then you could end up wasting a bunch of time learning from people that are making it up, which happens
all the time.
Agreed.
But some people go out of their way. You can tell, like even Stan Romanek, if we can talk about that gentleman. At first, a lot of people thought at first this guy's the real deal. I mean, he had video footage of weird stuff flying above his house. I believed him at first too.
Have you seen the footage? It's crazy.
Well,
it's some crazy footage.
He's got some good stuff.
It's real. Yeah.
Minus, though, the papier-mâché heads that are poking through the windows or over the railing of, like, if you're an interstellar traveling species, why are you playing peekaboo with the guy in his windows? Like, that part, and that's where he started losing me.
Well,
yeah. Up to that point, yeah.
That is the story I believe, because I've had that happen. That's how we gained our mascot that we named Carl, is because on April 20th, 2015, I actually had that exact same scenario happen in my studio window, where I had a gray standing on the other side staring at me.
Playing peekaboo.
Yeah. Scared the daylights out of me.
What did you do?
Well, I did what any man
out.
I did what any man would do. I screamed like a banshee and nearly fell back in my chair. And then I jumped up and looked out the window because it was gone. And I literally stood there looking. And if it was a human, I would, because of the view that I had, I would have seen a human running away. And nothing was there. And he was clear as day, the big gray head with the I got a picture of him here. Not him specifically. Let me find it here.
His name was Chad Smith.
His name was Chad Smith, but we changed it to Carl. But very bony structure, small mouth, small nose, giant almond eyes. Like the head was massive. Massive. I mean, it was like almost the size of our listener Faps.
It's
right?
funny that we're afraid of them, because I mean they're the size of a 9-year-old. We could totally take them. You know what I mean? Like if came on,
they're spindly little things. Yeah.
You could totally take them, but we're totally freaked out by the fact that they look so different and so weird. Probably the same thing with Sasquatch. We can't take him on, but
well, they did show up with ships with medical exam rooms. I mean, come on. I mean, it's like that's a weird thing, you know?
That's the part that freaks us out, right? Yeah,
absolutely, and it should.
Right. Well, how intelligent are they? You know, they may be small, but you know what's in their mind. What can they do?
And you
can't put clothes back on. Tell you that much.
You can't put clothes back on, but they just everybody that everybody. I'm saying that there's a good majority of people saying that they have a sense that these beings have a superiority, that they have authority. Remember one gentleman saying that he thought they had more authority than his parents. When he was little, like they would take him, and he thought they have more authority than my parents. And if they want to take my parents, they're just going to go ahead and do that. So the minute that you become, I would say the person becomes attuned to that, saying, they're going to do what they're going to do. There's nothing I can do about it. And that's an experience for life. Like you think about how many women have a lot of women, it's always the sexual reproductive procedures that are done to them, hybrids and stuff like that. Whereas gentlemen's, well, it's not always the case. So if it's a man, it's not always a sperm collection or sample taking or anything like that. It's usually an implant or something to do with their nose. So I thought it's not everybody, it's not every male that gets chosen to partake in this hybrid case.
So we're either walking sensors or we're walking breeding tools. Yeah, love
but
it.
Getting back to what you were saying about Stan Romanek, there is a classic example. Never mind what's happened since, but there was a classic example of a guy who was the talk of the town of the UFO experiencer field, and then when his experiences stopped, he was caught faking things.
Yeah,
like if you saw the Skype video of him throwing up a pen and then the pen allegedly falling from the ceiling. And
Oh,
see that?
that's
You
so
see
sad.
that? Where did that come from?
Yeah.
Where did that come from? And I know people who know Stan personally, and they were very hurt to see that he started doing it. But it was going to his head. Like when he would show up at conferences and everybody would be there in the meet and greet with maybe a t-shirt and blue jeans and maybe a jacket blazer on, he was showing up in a 3-piece tuxedo, like with a bow tie and the cummerbund and everything. Like he made himself out to be the victor, the hero. Everybody's playing minor league baseball and he's on the New York Yankees kind of thing.
Well, and Dave, think about how you feel, right? You've talked about it recently, right? For a long time, you were not only having a lot of experiences, but you were able to tell them when you were going to have them. You could actually call it out, right? Like Babe Ruth, like there, I'm hitting it there, right? And then it stopped.
Yeah.
Right? It's hard. I can't imagine how hard it must be. That must be really, really hard.
It really, you know what, John, it really sucks because you want to be able to have the experience. You want to be able to have them continue, right? Like, for instance, if I were to see that UFO on the ground again, that kicked things off for me, this time I would walk over to it. If I were to see that alien in the forest with Samantha Mowat again, I would walk with her because she wanted to go over there and see them. And she was on her way, and I begged her not to go, right? But I would change that in a heartbeat now. And that's the issue. And you recently had some incredible experiences on a recent trip. I don't know if you want to talk about those or not, but I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about. Anne is somebody who, as we're talking about hoaxers and everything, not saying that she's hoaxing or anything, but this is someone who didn't want to get out of her realm. She was very comfortable in the paranormal, and all of a sudden, crap hits the fan in the cryptid world for her. Why don't you explain
what I really love to do the paranormal investigations. You've got your EMF readers, you've got the Estes method, you're, getting responses, and it's amazing. Well, I had went on a trip to Ohio recently. This was a couple weeks ago. And it took me a couple days to be able to talk about it. So we had been doing some ghost investigations at this one location, and there seemed to be stuff coming through that seemed like it was attached to the land. So on the last day, I was like, well, let's go do a ghost investigation outside in the woods. Just thinking only, being, the blindfold on paranormal only, right?
That'll
so we
teach
go. Yeah, I did. It was so, there was one thing that I didn't pay attention to. Here in Oregon, when you go outside, you might hear crickets and some frogs and stuff like that. But man, out in Ohio, it's like a symphony. It's so loud. And I didn't register that when we had walked into the forest, it was silent. But the people I was with, they're like, well, how are you feeling? Well, I'm sensitive, and at the time I was feeling fine, but things felt so dead, quiet. And so we put out the blankets,
No,
and we
quick
put out,
question.
you know,
Did it feel
Yeah.
bad, like a bad, or just quiet, like weird?
no,
Like, did you feel
just
like
silent.
nervous or scared or
Absolutely.
vulnerable?
At that point, no. It was just absolutely silent. And which was, I noted that was a little weird, but then I didn't really think anything of it, you know? So we put everything down. You know, we had this motion activated teddy bear, we have an EMF radar, we've got this musical ghost box thing, and we put it all down. The people that I'm with sit down in blankets, and I'm sitting with them. But I hear something off to the side of me, and it sounded like walking. And it didn't sound like a deer or a bird or a bunny or anything like that. It sounded like a person. And that kind of it just kind of threw me for a little bit of a loop. So I stood up and I turned around. So now I'm facing the other way. And I grab a flashlight. So we had drove in on this little off-road vehicle, and we had parked it at the mouth of the woods where we had come in. So now I'm facing this way. That was behind me. So now I'm facing that way. I have the flashlight and I'm pointing it.
It's okay.
It looked like you've got some, like, here is a tree, and you've got your head and your shoulder, and you've got the arm around the tree. But there was no, I mean, and it was just barely out of the flashlight light. And I thought, sure, you know, I need my glasses. I have an overactive imagination. I'm being weird. I'm being a wiener. This is what it is, you know? So then I shine the light other places, and then I put it down, and they're asking me, are you okay? And I'm just like, yeah, I'm fine. And
Like,
so,
you don't look okay.
yeah, no, I didn't. Oh my gosh. Well, then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's silent, right? And just smack, like an open-handed smack on the side of the gator that we had, you know, come in on. And at that moment, I was just done. And I'm just standing there. And they're like, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm not. We got to go. I just want to go out to the field. Just take me to the field and it'll be fine. So we walk out. We get in the gator. We go out to the field. We're sitting there and I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'm fine. This is good. All right. So we put everything down. And the person that I'm with decides to play the Ohio Howl. That it's like a 1994 recording.
Wait. Isn't that meant to attract them?
I don't know. No clue. I don't know Bigfoot. I don't know.
Just doesn't seem a very friendly thing to do with the state you were in, you know?
Let's let her finish.
Well,
sorry.
Sorry.
And so she plays this, and it legitimately, the same tone, the same cadence, just comes out of the woods, and I'm standing there like, this isn't happening. This is seriously not happening. I'm not hearing this right now. So we load back up, we get in the gator, and we stay there for a couple more seconds. And the largest sound, I mean, it was like it had to have taken a tree out of the ground and just smacked it against another tree. And I'm just like, go. I'm done. And, you know, so they got it started, and we drove back down. And that, I mean, that's only of the story, but it threw me for such a loop. I called Dave, and I was just, I mean, almost in tears on the first, I think it was the second day I'd gotten back. And I'm still like part of me is like, I was there. There was 2 other people with me. But a lot of me is just like, no, you're this. No way. Like, seriously? No.
Gary, I want you to chime in on this, because as a Sasquatch researcher, I could see you beaming in hearing this encounter. Your mute's on, Gary.
I try to keep it quiet for y'all. The area that she's in and everything she's leading right into this has got all the little subtle innuendos of my own personal experiences of reports that we've taken over the years. Definitely, I wouldn't have blasted the Ohio howls in that area at that time. I mean, just hearing it alone when you're out there and you experience it, that's eerie enough. But then to get the answer back, yeah, I'd be even as much as I've done this, I would be exit stage left even. But the slap on the side of the, see, that's another thing too, is it's almost like we have paranormal and Sasquatch, or the paranormal Sasquatch. Which one is it? But the slap on the side of the side by side without being able to see nothing, cloaking Sasquatch, maybe, we don't know.
I have never heard the Ohio howls ever.
Do you want to?
Well, we're going to right now, because
okay. I was going to say I've got them.
I'm going to share it right now, and we got to hear this. So hopefully you guys will be able to hear it when we put it on. I don't know if this is going to work or not, so hopefully it does. I'm going to unmute. I much prefer the Sierra sounds.
Yes,
I much prefer the Sierra sounds. The Sierra sounds are way stronger for me.
Yeah, but 2 total different situations, 2 total different geographical areas, could be even different, subspecies. We don't know, but they're both pretty prolific. I mean, all the sounds are.
Yeah, I never thought I'd hear anything like that ever. I really didn't.
No, if you don't mind asking, like, some of your fear, right? Or not fear, but some of your whatever it was causing you to want to leave. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you dissect it at all to determine whether, like, how much of it was the drastic uncomfortable nature of the juxtaposition between what you thought was real and what you were seeing, right? So just that break in reality that you were now having to somehow remesh, and that was just horribly an uncomfortable thing. And how much of it was you actually being fearful that your body might get harmed?
Gosh, I mean, when I was standing there and when I was looking at whatever this could have been, if there was something really there, it was that break in my reality and what I felt was real, and that was very. At that point, yeah, at that point, it was like, okay.
Hold that thought. We're going to go to break at the top of the hour. We got 1 hour left with the SOR Roundtable. We're going to continue with Bigfoot next. All right, we're clear.
How long ago did this happen?
2 weeks.
Oh man, you're fresh. That's crazy.
Well, see, the big thing too is, like, you're okay when you think that it's your mind playing tricks on you. Yeah, you're afraid, but at that point, I was like, this is in my head. So it was when we got out to the field and we actually heard that back. And we had just been in there and we physically, all of us heard it, especially the large tree ripping, cracking, smashing, whatever. Now you've got other people that are experiencing this too, and you cannot explain this away. You cannot say that it's you. And at that point, yeah, I didn't want to die.
Well,
I was scared.
This is kind of what Merle and I heard in the forest in 2018 up here. So that little bit of talking there, if you listen to the talking, that's what we heard. I'll tell you.
No.
I did. I want every time we talk Sasquatch at night, there's nothing more that I want to do after the show than to go into the forest.
Seriously?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Dave's crazy like that.
Yeah. Let's go.
He needs to come down here in Oklahoma and get him some of this Oklahoma waspy Bigfoot activity that we have down here, and he'll change his mind. I was going to say the other word, but Dave doesn't like me using that word. So
yes, actually,
I knew he's going there.
Yeah, we're getting into that. I got to bring that up. Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot about this.
Wouldn't it be great with all like these forest fires if you just saw like video footage of it, just a Bigfoot running, for his life, or just something with all of this. If they're hiding in the woods, you think at some point we would get a body, or something.
The thing about it is we've got good photographical and good video evidence and good audio evidence, but people, just like we was talking about earlier, people just rip it apart.
Right.
Yeah.
There's
Jason.
no benefit to talking.
Oh, yeah.
Jason, I may need you.
Okay.
To make a trip up to Lytton with us. I got tipped off to something big time there.
Nice.
And it is completely 100% First Nations. It involves portals, UFOs, ghosts, and Bigfoot.
Let's do it.
Yeah, dude. It's a phone call. But first, the lady I talked to the other day said that she wants us to meet her father, who is one of the elders, so that way we can go on a spiritual quest in a sweat lodge first.
Oh boy, I've always wanted to do that.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm my jaw was dropping. I'm like, really? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, I am so in. So I'm actually going to be calling her this week to see when I can line that up for a weekend. And
so just to let me get this straight, we're going for a weekend. We're going to end up hot and sweaty and chasing Bigfoot.
No, this is more about the portal where the orbs come out of.
Oh, bring me there. Yeah, I definitely would go there for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah, I will definitely be recording that. Yeah, I will let you know ASAP. Yeah,
that sounds cool.
Yeah. Hey, Bill F. and Murray, how you doing, buddy? I know your real identity, but I don't care. You're Bill F. and Murray to me. How you doing? But yeah, and they got everything there, everything. And now that the rattlesnakes are starting to go away, and Nikki, all you got to do is put in on YouTube Ohio Howl. That's all you got to do. Ohio Howl. Oh, hey, Clam. Yeah, it's going to be good, dude. It's going to be real good. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, the rattlesnakes not so much, but the other stuff sounds really cool.
Yeah. We'll definitely get you in on that. I got a funny one to start off here, guys. Oh, yep. I don't normally do this, but I'm doing it this time. No, we're not going to record the ceremony. The sweat, you can't bring cameras in.
Nope.
Nothing. We're not doing that.
Cameras won't work in there.
Oh.
But the actual investigation out, which would probably be a different weekend, would be what we will bring the cameras out for. And we may get permission to go on First Nations land to do that.
That would be cool.
Yeah, dude. Very cool. Here we go, everyone. Let's do this thing.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Kicking off the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Want to say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Icoruscent. Icoruscent is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as a clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on with the roundtable tonight. Jason Guillemette from the UAP Studies Podcast. Lady Ann Selene, owner of KPNL Digital Radio, where we broadcast. From the Unbiased UFO Report, John Hudson. And from P3 Productions, Bigfoot researcher Gary Spikes Jr., who also handles our YouTube channel. Everyone, thank you so much for coming back. I got to say this. Now, normally I'm pretty snarky on our YouTube channel in the comments. So if somebody snarks me, usually I will snark back. But this comment made me laugh a little bit, because if anybody knows me and has listened to this show for a long time, you'll know I'm not a very cocky person, not a very arrogant person. Okay. But apparently this listener thinks I am. I'm going to leave his name out of it. We'll just call him, what can we call him here?
Chad Smith.
Let's just call him Chad Smith, even though he's not Chad Smith. He's a bad Chad Smith. Okay. Bad Chad Smith. So he types out, what really annoys me about Dave Scott is his opinion on people who call Sasquatch Squatch. And if they do, they are not real researchers. They are just a load of rubbish from an opinionated little man. Who is he to say that? It's amazing to me how an ego that big could fit into a body so small and all the advertising dollars. So I replied, Dave loves your comment, but hates the word Squatch. Okay, Gary, you used to be one of them Squatch people. We got that crap out of you.
We're working on it. I still slip every now and then.
Yeah, but you're getting better. You're getting better. You know, so I'm going to tell the story here again. All right? I'm going to tell the story again. The reason why the word Squatch is banned from this show. Because in 2015, I had the ultimate pleasure to meet legend Dr. John Bindernagel, who unfortunately is no longer with us. And I asked him point blank in our conversation, what do you think of the word Squatch? And I watched this 80-year-old man take a deep breath let out a giant sigh and said, 70 years of research killed by one word, or ruined by one word. And then he went on to say, I have been trying for decades to get the scientific community, and I'm paraphrasing here, okay, to take this subject seriously. And now that everybody on TV is squatch this, squatch that, making fun of it, he goes, it has killed any credibility that I have. And that hit me. That resonated with me. And since then, the word squatch has always been banned from this show. All right? So it's not an arrogance thing, but it's also, in my opinion, a professional thing. Because the one thing these fields lack, with all the fake journalists, the fake scientists, the fake researchers, and everybody that's out there, all right, is it lacks credibility. And if you're going to, use the word squatch or other little stupid acronyms, how can we take you're going to lie about your credentials, how can we take you seriously? How can we take your research seriously if all you're doing is playing a game? Gary, I'm going to let you have the first word on this one.
Ooh, you might not want to do that. My defense to that was it's just a terminology. But after thinking about it, and out of my personal respect for the late, great John Bindernagel, as soon as you told me that, I was done. And it's a habit, because I've been saying down here in the South, we use those terminologies all the time, like the Squatch word, boogers, and, wood boogers and all kinds of stuff. But it really does. It does take away from the credibility of the subject matter. And myself, after I had my face-to-face encounter, well, you know what? I got a little bit of respect behind me. I respect these things, and I respect people that go out and that are respectable, that go out and research. Then you have the hoaxers. So we could put the hoaxers and the word squatch and all that other negative terminology together and throw it out the window as far as I care, because it is kind of derogatory if you think about it. If you're really trying to be creditable in this field, as creditable as anybody can be, I think there's a lot of good creditable people in this field. And I think that our terminology, if we get a standardized terminology and get a standardized form of reporting, in the UFO field, we have a fairly standardized way of reporting it. We need that in the cryptid world. That's the reason I'm working behind the scenes with somebody in the UFO field to maybe do that crossover. But yes, I don't like the word more.
So I just want to so it's okay to say Sasquatch. It's just the abbreviated Squatch that is the issue. Is that correct?
is a First Nations name for it. Okay, it's the same thing as Bigfoot. Bigfoot was brought out by Gary Cruz, that when they found the tracks in Northern California in the 50s or 60s. And that's where they got the term Bigfoot, because they seen it in a newspaper. I believe that we should use the First Nations terminologies, the Sasquatch, all the down here, they got a bunch of different terminology for it. To me, Sasquatch is the standardized terms for it. Bigfoot is just as bad as Squatch. It is, but it's the term that everybody recognizes.
I agree with that.
I don't know. I get it. I mean, I understand the respect part of it, and I understand why it exists. But I have to admit, like, personally, I don't know. I'm not sure if I would personally. I don't know. It's hard. It's words are words, but you when in Rome. Sorry, go ahead, Ann.
Well, an idea that I had, bear with me. If it would be similar to saying, well, instead of I'm going to go out and I'm going to hunt ghosts, or I'm going to see if ghosts exist, it would sound a lot less credible if you're like, yeah, I'm going to go out and hunt ghosties.
Or I'm going ghosting.
You know what I mean? Right.
Maybe I'm just messing everything up then, because I say I'm going ghosting.
Jason, what's your call?
What's my call?
I mean, you're a researcher. You want your research to be taken credible. Okay, you're somebody. I'm gonna give you an example on this. Okay, I'm a UFO guy. You're a UAP guy.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All
But
right.
to me- yeah. But to me,
researcher. Okay. But for you, okay, in order to use the proper terminology to try and keep yourself credible within the field, you have standardized UAP.
gone with the UAP. Yeah.
Yeah.
But UAPs, again, the debate was really stupid because people are like, well, it's unidentified flying objects, but there's a lot more than objects. There's orbs, there's weird lights. So it's a phenomenon. So that's why unidentified aerial phenomenon was my go-to. But UFO is just as valid. Because if you say UFO, it encompasses a lot of things as well. Most people know, familiar with the Tic Tac now, but I mean, it's been around forever. Cigar shapes and all that. It's been around since forever. But the terminology, I mean, I'm not good with the lexicon in the Sasquatch field, but I think it's, we call it Sasquatch here, right? Because we're close to Harrison. That's just in our region, that's what we call it. We don't call it Bigfoot, we call it Sasquatch. But yeah, I think it's sort of silly to just the word squash or squat. Is a squatch? Is that how you pronounce it? Sounds like, sounds like a fruit or vegetable that I hate. Yeah, exactly.
Or a swatch watch. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I could see that, but yeah, the credibility is that's really where it's at, and it's so easy to lose credibility so fast. You could be working at this, in this field for 20 years, and all of a sudden you get one bad case that leads you down road that maybe you put too much faith in, and you end up getting Stanley Romanek. At some point, the terminology for Sasquatch, I'm not too familiar with, but I think squash, it's definitely doesn't sound right.
I got one for you guys.
To me, it cheapens. Before you go, Gary, to me, it cheapens the research. When you see guys on YouTube or on Facebook or even on television with some of the shows, ooh, we're gonna go squatching tonight. What the hell is squatching?
Right.
Okay? To me, it cheapens the research, and it makes the field look very amateur.
Mm-hmm.
Very amateur.
Yeah.
Look, like Gary has been face to face. Ann has just had an experience. I've had experiences, okay, that I can't explain. And to me, if you're showing respect for the research and those who have laid the path for you, show some respect for what they've done in the path that they've led. Okay, that's the whole point of the argument. I don't care what you say. To me, it just, in my personal opinion, it sounds like a dumb term. All right, but if you look at the history of it, if you want people to take you seriously in any of these fields, whether it's the paranormal, whether it's cryptids, whether it's UFOs, okay, play the part. Be pro about it. Be pro about it.
He's passionate. I love it.
Well, think about it. We have guys in the UFO field that have doctorates. We have a few guys in, like great Dr. John Bindernagel, Dr. Jeffrey Meldrum, Dr. Melba Ketchum. For what these folks are, they have spent years and thousands of dollars to get to where they're at. Do you hear them saying, let's go squatching? Do you hear them saying, oh, there's a squatch in these woods? No. We need to up the credibility of the subject matter. That's the reason. And once again, I know me and Dave will go sideways on this one too. That's the reason the scientific community is not looking at the good evidence that we have. And Duke, this one's for you. I know you don't like the scientific community too, but I got all the respect for you. But that's the reason. It's because there's too many people going, there's a squatch out here. It's not, for lack of better terms, it's not respectable.
No, and that's the entire point. But people get passionate about it. People get passionate. They want to get angry and they want to say their terms. And, no matter what, I know there's going to be people who are still pissed off at me for, shutting that term down on this show. I'll tell you, it was real fun getting Cliff Barrickman to stop saying Squatch on this show.
That was funny.
That was fun.
Yeah,
Come on.
Duke did bring up a good point. Dr. Igor Burtsev, I got to give him credit. He's been around a lot longer than a lot of folks.
Exactly. So, I mean, that goes with the criticism, the critique, and the fact that we have a lot of people in this field who will do anything, say anything to try and get their names out there. And, and you have come across a number of people in your paranormal jaunts who are, they're all about themselves. They're not about the research. They're about self-promotion. How do you think that hurts the field and what we're trying to bring to the public?
Gosh, well, it's really hard because I know for me that there are certain people that I need to stay away from. If I want the Caravan or KPNL to be something that is healing, something that is bringing in research, something that is credible, I can bring somebody on that is a hoaxer, is a fake, and it can ruin me. It can ruin everything that I've worked for, just like what you guys were talking about. Mm-hmm. And it's sad because one of the things that drew me into this community, it was back in about 2017, and I had went on a show and told my story. Everybody was so accepting. And there were people that came out of the woodwork saying, oh my gosh, I've had experiences like this too. And then I didn't feel alone. So what I think is happening is, again, it goes back to what is going on internally with these people that they're seeking that attention. They want that community. They're wanting, these things. I know not all of them are, but I think that is one of the driving factors behind people really trying to, I had this experience, because then, people are going to gather around you and go, oh my gosh, really? And they're going to give you that support.
I can see that. Jay, you wanted to say something?
No, I was just listening in. Yeah, I totally agree with her. Your reputation could be shot so fast by just believing or having the wrong person on. I mean, this subject is, whether it's Sasquatch, UFOs, or ghosts, is already taboo with a lot of people, already sort of not taken seriously. That, yeah, it doesn't take much for credibility to get shot down, or even haters. I mean, my podcast hasn't been that long, but I already had, a couple of hate mails, and, just
welcome.
Yeah. You're
Congratulations.
welcome. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really enjoying it.
You're making it.
Yeah, I'm making it. Yeah. Well, you got a couple of trolls, you're doing good. But yeah, it doesn't take much to use credibility, and some people just don't care about what it is that you had to say to begin with. So they're just waiting for anything to. I mean, Lou Elizondo. We are talking about him. How many people are talking about Lou? I mean, every podcast out there right now is talking about Lou. So. And if it happens that Lou was, a serial killer or something like that, all the credibility of everything that he put out there would just be gone overnight. And anybody who's had him on their podcast would be tainted. It doesn't take much, especially in this community, to lose credibility.
But, I got to say, I've that is one aspect of this entire community, like this entire world of paranormal research that really upsets me, because it is such a sign of an immature culture, because everyone screws up. Everyone makes mistakes. When you're right, you teach. When you're wrong, you learn. And if you don't have an environment where people feel safe to screw up once in a while, no one takes any risks, and no one takes any leaps. And no one feels safe to really do honest research. And it's a very poisonous thing to do to your community. And at some point, we gotta grow up from that, because it's really broken. Everyone is going to screw up. If someone has never screwed up, you should be very suspicious, right? Because it means they're faking something, right? They're playing it so close to the vest and so safe that they're never ever making any leaps, and you don't get anywhere that way. And it really frustrates me that the world that I live in, like we learned a while ago that what you want to do is you want to fast fail. That's really what you want to do. What really hurts you is waiting too long to make decisions and to fail things out. You're better off making decisions early. You're better off making the wrong decision early and adapting to it later. You want to fast fail things, and you don't want to be afraid of failure. Being afraid of failure is a guarantee of bad data, and it's very frustrating.
But you know what, John? Just to kind of add to that, though, this is one of the only paradigms and fields that you can get into where you can create your own character. Okay? We already know there have been fake scientists, trouncing around and getting on television, getting slots at conferences, getting slots on book deals and quoted for books and on radio shows and television shows. We know that anybody who writes a blog is out there. Oh, look at me. I'm a journalist. All right. And they're not journalists. Okay. You got people out there who claim that, they know what they're looking for, the big monkey in the forest. They don't know what it is. What we've done is we've created a cast of real life characters, almost like a Comic-Con, and put them into these fields of study that has ruined the credibility of those who are trying to get the true message out, whether they're experiencers, whether they're scientists like Dr. Bob McGuire or Dr. Jeffrey Meldrum or people like that, okay, whether they are anybody of any type of source or credibility. It's much like the ghost hunting shows on television where, they put up the music so loud and then you hear the people on TV, what was that? What was that? What was that? Well, we couldn't hear it because the TV show put the damn music on too loud. So what was that? That's one of the reasons why I stopped watching the shows. But this is a field, as we got about 90 seconds left, where you can create anything that you want and no one questions you. I had a gentleman steal one of my radio programs, okay, a snippet from one of my radio shows, and put it on his monetized channel. And when I gave him a YouTube strike for that, he tried to destroy me on social media and my reputation for him stealing my product, which says at the end of every show, we state the show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. If that person had come up to me and said, hey, Dave, can I use this clip? Sure, not a problem. But you're not making money off of my work to put on your channel where people are going to view that. And he had like 1,800 views on that video. Sure, it's worth about 23 cents, but that's 23 cents that he made off of me. And that's what I'm talking about here when it comes down to it, is in this field, you can be anything that you want because nobody holds you to accountability. Jason, you got the final word.
Oh, final word. I think it's true. There's no accountability because there's no format. There's groups and all that. But any one of us taking, a shot at this, whether it's investing in Bigfoot or UFOs, it's a solo job, and there's no guidelines. But yes, there's a lot of frauds and a lot of people making money off of this as well, which is, you can make money if you wrote a book and it's selling well. I'm okay with that. But saying, hey, come to my house and charge you 6,000 grand.
I want you to hold on to that thought because we'll be back with the final half hour of the SOR Roundtable. Jason Guillemette, John Hudson, Gary Spikes Jr., and Anne Selene. Great panel tonight. Brilliant discussion. And the final half hour of Spaced Out Radio next. This is the one subject that just pisses me off the most.
Well, the irony, Dave, is if that person had a journalist background, they would have known better not to do that. I mean, that's the irony of it, right? Is that it was something that someone would do because they're ignorant of how things need to work, you know. But one interesting side note, not really directly related, so I probably best to talk about it now anyway, is that there is a point in a field where you get to the point where everything is essentially just judged on results. And you take, for example, like in the Bay Area, like in Canada, like you have these like engineer rings, right? Like engineers like an official like there's like exams you got to take, right? Like you become like an engineer, and like you get like a secret passcode ring thing. And in the Bay Area, you're an engineer if you build things. And we typically don't require degrees. We don't require any certifications. We require you to go do something. And if you do it and it works, you're an engineer. And essentially, that's how it plays out. There are a lot of people that have degrees, don't get me wrong, right? And a lot of them do a lot of good with those degrees, right? A lot of them don't. But the thing is that, you do get to a point where you can just measure people based on the results. The challenge is that those results have to be very quantifiable.
Right.
And right now, everything that we're working with isn't, right? Like if what everyone was doing was producing reports that then could be peer reviewed, right? Then we could just look at someone's history. Oh, look, this person's put out 5 papers that have all been, very, well peer reviewed by several people. And therefore, obviously this person is doing good work because look at his results, right? Or look at her results. And we're not there yet.
Well, I mean, this may be a little bit of a touchy subject here, but somebody that Jason and I both know and respect, who has been in the UFO research field for a grand total of about 6-7 months, recently got a part on a UFO television show as a UFO expert. Now, I love the person. I think this person is brilliant. All right. But I can think of a lot of other people, no offense to this person, I can think of a lot of other people who are more deserving of an opportunity to land a television gig to get their research out there than someone who has been in for 6 months.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
I mean, Jay, you know who I'm talking about.
I'm not quite sure, and I don't want to name the wrong name.
Just say a young, brilliant lady out of Toronto.
Okay, yeah. But the thing is that whatever it takes to bring the subject forward, I'm okay with, as long as the person does really good work.
I agree with you. But are you okay with that person going on their Facebook page and calling themselves an expert?
I don't think anybody is really an expert, and especially not in ufology. So, but again.
Well, let him finish, John.
No, again, I was going to say it depends on you might be active just for 6 months, but you might have had years of collecting data or reading books and talking to experts and stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm not in a place to say.
You are way too Canadian right now.
I'm way too Canadian. That's just the way I am. I can't say anything bad about anybody.
So. But I understand it, and I'm saying this with all due respect to the person, because I think that she is brilliant. Okay, and I think that she is smart and very good for the field. I have no issue with her whatsoever. I got an issue with a television company who is putting the word expert on somebody. To me, Grant Cameron, if we're talking Canadian researchers, Grant Cameron or Victor Vigiani or Chris Rutkowski would be the closest thing to experts that we have.
Yeah. Not
somebody like me or you or this person who has been in the field publicly for 6 months. And that's where, when we talk, in my opinion, when we talk about credibility, bringing credibility to this field, I mean, it's great to have new faces. Don't get me wrong. It is great to have new faces. But when we're talking credibility, this is one of the only fields I know where you don't need credibility in order to get ahead.
Yeah.
And that's what bugs me. That's what bugs me.
And I could even split the difference a little bit. Oh.
We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter @Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. For the final time tonight, we introduce our panel of great voices when it comes to the SOR Roundtable tonight. John Hudson from the the Unbiased UFO Report.
You named it.
We got Jason Guillemette from UAP Studies podcast. We have Selene from KPNL Digital Radio. And, of course, Gary Spikes Jr., Fu Manchu connoisseur, as well as Sasquatch investigator and the leader of our YouTube team here on Spaced Out Radio. So, credibility. Right before the break, we were talking about people making it, saying whatever they can in order to make themselves better in this field, because there are no rules in the anarchic realm of the paranormal umbrella. So where do we stand on credibility, Jason? I'm going to start with you on this one, because if you can make up your title, if you can make up your research, you can make up, who you are. How are we supposed to grow the field if everything's made up?
Good point. We need something more concise, something more strict. I mean, there's a lot of different organizations out there that have their different formats, how to collect the information, how to proceed with the investigations, which is really good. We need that. But there's no, we were talking about ufology. Usually when something ends in ology, you went to school for it, right? You have some sort of degree to show for it. And, I could sit here all day long, call myself a ufologist, but that title means nothing. Because at the end of the day, it's like, well, what is it that you do? Well, a lot of my investigation is not field work. I sit at a computer and I could, look at what the star system satellites were above your head. Was it an airplane that you saw? As far be it from me being out in the field all the time. Like if I get a MUFON report from Alberta, I'm not going to go to Alberta to investigate it. Right. So there's a lot of images that we have in our heads of what makes up a ufologist. And again, ufologists, I use that term lightly because I don't count myself as a ufologist, as somebody interested in UAPs. Right. But the reputation is like, I've seen some people that had really started off with really great careers and somehow just burnt out, or they started drinking Kool-Aid that they really shouldn't have started drinking because, they fell down some rabbit holes that just, where did these people end up? I'm afraid of doing that myself, of just believing something, wholeheartedly and falling down the trap. I would say credibility in this field is hard to maintain to begin with. It's hard to get to begin with, and it's hard to maintain once you have it.
And I understand that, and I think that's smart. John, you want to comment?
Well, no. I think I honestly, I think the whole topic's just it's really, really hard because what we're talking about is a bunch of issues that are actually human issues. They're not even related to the field. They're very, very human issues that we have that in every other field we've developed things to fix. Right? I mean, in every other field we have things. I mean, you take what I mentioned during the break. That in the Bay Area you don't have to have a degree to be an engineer, but you have to have produced something of quality, and you have to usually produce something of quality with some consistency, right? I mean, you're measured by your output, And you take this field, and there is no there. I mean, there's certainly no standard output. There is even very little real output. I mean, most of the output in this field comes down to PowerPoint presentations and books. That's pretty much all that gets produced as like a physical thing that you can put your hands on, right? And so you can't measure people that way. There's no associative authority. There's no standards organization. Like in computer science, we have many standards. I'm very involved in the IETF. We design all the protocols that define how the internet works, right? And you don't have to be of any credentials to participate in the IETF, but you got to do something. You got to give. You got to produce something. You got to have results, right? And we're just not a field that has any results, and so we make it really hard to measure ourselves in any quantitative way. And a lot of that is due to the nature of the field, unfortunately. And so it's a lot of this is very challenge. There are very challenging problems to solve.
We're going to change subjects here a little bit, because one of the big arguments this past month has been charging money. Okay, money. It all comes down to money. And there was a UFO conference about a week and a half ago that was charging up to $250 per ticket for a virtual conference. And we had both Daniel Sheehan and Mark Sims on this show talking about the conference. And, I'm a firm believer, because Spaced Out Radio is a business. It's not something that we do for fun here. It's a business. And I have no problem with people making money off of something they love. I have no problem with a baseball player making $25 million a year because they're the best left-handed pitcher in the league. I have no problem with LeBron James, who will probably end his career as a billionaire. I have no problem with hockey players making money, or people if they wanted to grow up to be a doctor and they're making a ton of money off of being a doctor. Nobody says, I don't understand where in this field, and that people say that because this is the paranormal, we're not allowed to make money off of our podcasts or our books or off our showing up at conferences or anything like that. Like, where did this come from?
I don't know, that this part is definitely new for me. I mean, KPNL's been on air for about a year now, and I definitely have seen two camps where there's half of the people that they say they'll never charge, and then there's the other half that make it into a business, and it's respectable and it's growing wonderfully. I don't think that there's anything wrong with making this into your business, and being able to do your passion and make money off of it is a gift, in my opinion.
And it depends on.
Go ahead.
Oh,
please go ahead.
I was going to say it depends on what what the money's being spent on. Because if it's saying, hey, if you want information, you need to pay, right? That's different. Because then that's withholding information for momentary gains, which is not good. What I don't like is there are cases where people are being charged a ridiculous sum of money to be taken out at night and being told that they're seeing something. Some of them believe it. Some believe, most of them believe it. But it's like, it's just Stephen Greer. I love him. I think he did some good stuff in the past, but now he's charging people ridiculous sums of money to take them out to fields and take pictures of. Again, he's like, oh, look, it's an alien. To me, it just looks like a camera that took a picture of a light source. It doesn't look like anything. But yet, no, you will come and you will definitely see an alien. You were mentioning, Dave, your friend, and how she can produce, or not produce, but she knew that this entity was there. Did she charge you?
No.
Why would she charge you? Just like, no, because it's part of nature. It's like showing you a tree. So if anybody says, hey, follow me, I have the answer, but you need to pay me first. Oh, and sign a non-disclosure agreement, by the way. I would just be leery of that to begin with. And I don't think that amount of money should be made. I think that you can make money going to do a talk somewhere. That's fine. They're going to pay you a certain amount of money for your travels, for your time. But making a lot of money off of believers to make them believe that they're experiencing something that maybe they're not experiencing at all. And I mean, I haven't been there. I haven't done the tour myself. I would love to do it and see if there's any validity to it. But as far as I'm concerned, nobody's walked out going, hey, dude, like, you know, we took pictures of 3 grays in the field and very clear. There's none of that. It's always a blurry image. And somehow somebody's in the know, but you need to pay me to get that information. So that's the part I don't agree with.
But you hit the nail on the head when you talked about information. And I think this goes back to what we were talking about a minute ago. And that is that there's no producibles here, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so when there are no producibles, what people use as producibles is information. Information becomes the currency, right? And this is a problem, right? Because not only is it wrong to hoard information, but it's in our field, it's incredibly hypocritical, because here we are banging against the government going, how could you withhold information from me? Oh, look what I got. Now you have to pay me $5 to see it, right? I mean, it's really problematic. At the same time, people do deserve to be able to make a living. Everyone's got to pay their electricity bill, right? And so the problem is that until we start producing something, like a thing that has value, right? I mean, you take, for example, the idea of charging for presentations, right? I've presented at a lot of conferences that were expensive, like, you know, $3,000 for 5 days, right? Like, that's totally normal for my world, right? $3,000 for 5 days, completely normal, plus hotel and everything. It'll be a $5,000 trip when you're done, right? Now, I didn't make any of that money, right? But, you know, the place that put it on did, right? But here's the thing. The deck that I created for that presentation, I gave out freely afterwards. I wouldn't give it beforehand, but I'll give it out freely afterwards. If I can, I'll film it and I'll put it up on YouTube afterwards. So what you're paying for is being there physically when I delivered it, right? That's what you're paying for. So what you're paying for is essentially my, in theory, a skill as an orator, or whatever you want to call it, right? Or the ability to ask me questions or dialogue with me while I'm giving the presentation. I'm not charging you for the data. I'm not charging you for the information. And that's true in many fields. You know, anyone can download a patent, right? But if you want the product that the patent was built with, that costs money, right?
Right.
And so until we start making something, and, you know, I mean, there are some examples, but even people who write books, it really depends on the book, right? Because, I mean, if you just write a book of people's interviews, I don't know if that's a product, but I would argue that what Cheryl Costa did, that's a product. That's actually a real product, because there's like research behind that. That's like those are hard numbers, right? But other than that, there's not many examples of actual, and there's no consistency. There's no market for products. So we trade in information, and that creates all sorts of problems.
Let's get Gary in here.
Do you really want to do that?
Well, you're kind of part of the show.
I'll say it in very few simple words. I don't need to speak a whole bunch of words to say all this. If you want to sell something, make sure you got something to sell that's legitimate. Just like with you, Dave, you need a service from me. I provide you a service. We make a trade. We do what we have to do. If you don't have something to sell, don't falsify it and make it, hype it up and make it something that it's not, because people are going to find you out. And that's where we get into the credibility issues. Is I'm in this about the target species. I'm in this, and I'm in it for personal gain. I'll be blunt with you. The personal gain I get is I get to learn sitting here listening to you guys. I get to get my name and face out there, and I get my information that I think is legitimate out there to the people that need it. Do I charge them? No, because I'm on that side of the fence. But if you have something to say, if you have something to say it. If you have something to sell, make sure that you have something legitimate to sell. Don't be 6 months in the game and say that you're the guru master hoo-hoo when you're not. Sell what you got. If you don't got it, don't sell it.
Okay, well, what about Richard Dolan about a month and a half ago took a lot of heat over charging, I believe it was $150 for a full day conference with 5 speakers. And he had hundreds of people signing up for this. And yet the UFO community was pulling their hair out. How dare he charge $150? My thing is this. If people want to see private coverage and have a mini conference where he can make some money off of something that he loves, go for it. I'm very capitalist that way. I agree with you, what you're saying, Jason, in regards to, and Gary, that you have to have a product that the people want. Okay, blurry pictures aren't getting it done, or satellites up in the sky and claiming them as UFOs are not going to get them done. All right, so I agree with you guys on that. But at some point, we have to be able to capitalize off of what we are doing. And the money situation is ugly. Like the paranormal side of things, you are considered a bastard child in the paranormal field, and Ann can attest to this, if you charge to go into an investigation. All right. So if somebody calls you into their place of work because you have a bar that is spending, $5,000 a month on broken glasses, all right, to throw a ghost team $500 is probably nothing at this point to try and do it. But you are blasphemous if you charge money for a paranormal team, Ann.
Yeah. No, it's true. There's a lot of, even with, so there's some historical buildings, that they do ghost investigations there. And I understand that the money per time that you go in there is to help with the upkeep of the property. And that's how they make the money. And, but it can be very expensive. And it seems a little much, and there again, too, with coming in to, like, for me, when I would do my own investigations or I would help people with stuff in their house, I never charged. That's just not what I did. But if they were talking about it, they were very on edge when it came to, well, is this going to be a charge thing? And I was just like, no, I'll just come in.
And again, if you were to charge them for gas, let's say that they wanted to hire you and you charge them for gas and maybe you got to stay somewhere or eat or something, that's fine too. Making money that way is fine. Like I said, I'm totally okay with that aspect. It's just that information for money aspect that I don't like. This sort of snake oil salesman that we have within ufology and anything cryptid or ghosts, anything like that. There's a lot of snake oil salesmen, and that's what we got to be careful with, especially our money. It's like, somebody starts charging $3,000 or $600 above for what it is they're selling. Well, what am I getting for my money here, right? And nobody has the answer to anything. So spending that much money, you're not going to walk away with any more answers than you did when we came in. Probably just delusions. That's it.
Well, let me throw something at you. I got contacted literally last week, from a individual out of Virginia that wanted to fly to Oklahoma and go out in the woods with me and me to show them Bigfoot.
Right.
How can I, and he wanted to pay me, how can I, as a independent researcher, and I say researcher or enthusiast, experiencer, however you want to do it. Now, if you want me to go out and show you how to track, I can do that because I can produce that. I can teach you this. I teach that. I teach survival. I teach all kinds of stuff. But I cannot guarantee you that I'm going to take you out in the woods and show you a Bigfoot. I have no control over that.
Yeah. No, true.
With UFO. So I'm not going to charge you to do that. Because
and that's very true, because when I ran the ghost tour at the local museum here before COVID, all right, one of the first things we would do is we'd bring everybody in, all the people who were there for the tour that night. We'd bring them into a circle. And the one thing that we would say is, look, this is a $20 donation. We charge $20 a head. This is a $20 donation that goes to the museum to help with the upkeep. We don't have anybody in any buildings that are going to jump out from behind corners and go boo. This is real hauntings. We may not hear a thing. The ghosts may not show up tonight. Okay? But if they are, we'll be able to interact with them. It's up to them. And that's the way we would do it. But we
you're
would tell
presenting
it-
it as such.
Absolutely. Like you can't take someone in the field and guarantee them a Sasquatch. You
But it's the
can't.
same thing with whale watching, right? We do whale watching right off the coast where I live, and they can't guarantee that you'll see a whale. You have a really good shot of seeing one, but they charge it's not cheap to go whale watching, right?
Yeah.
But it is a product. There's a boat ride. There's goods and services being traded to make that happen. And so I think it's really unfortunate that investigations have fallen into this. And I think part of it is due to the fact that when things are trying to get off the ground, you typically have to give them away for free to because people don't trust what you're doing. But to me, investigations are a perfect example where you're not charging for information. In that case, you're charging for the use of information, right? Sure. Someone's paying you're paying someone because they've absorbed all that information and they're using that information to provide you a service. The problem is an exterminator can show you there's no more termites. A ghost investigator can't prove to you there's no more ghosts.
Right. On that note, I'm going to have the final word here, and I'll say this: conferences do cost money, and none of us are turning down a flight, a hotel. That money has to come from somewhere. That comes from the paid people who show up. The virtual conferences, total money grab. Total money grab. Jason Guillemette from the UAP Studies podcast, and Selene from KPNL Digital Radio, John Hudson from the Unbiased UFO Report, and Gary Spikes Jr. from P3 Productions, Bigfoot investigator, researcher, experiencer, and from our YouTube channel. I want to say thank you guys for a wonderful and successful SOR Roundtable. It has been a lot of fun having these great and differing opinions. That's why we do it. It was great debate, great conversation, and very knowledgeable. We may not have solved the world's problems, but at least we got the topics out there, and we say thank you very much to all of our listeners for tuning on in to the Roundtable as well. We got Mr. Rock watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar. Everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be, thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight on YouTube, Twitch, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Spreaker, Facebook, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night, but soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, if they're named Chad Smith, we'll take them too. Good night. All my radio listeners are going to be like, who the hell is Chad Smith? That was a good show, people. Fantastic show.
That was fun.
How'd you like that, Jason? Your first time?
You're muted.
You're muted. Right.
Said, there you go. It works better. No, thanks for having us on. This was awesome. It was my first roundtable, so yeah, it was cool.
You were way too Canadian.
Way too Canadian. This was horrible.
That's how I like my Canadians. Pleasant.
Yeah. Nice and polite. Nothing back to say, right? Yeah.
I appreciate you coming on with us, man. And I've wanted to do this with you for a long time, and I'm glad it worked out, because I think you're the one thing that I like about you, Jason. being the new guy here, is I can be hot and fiery and very opinionated, same as everybody else, but you're really a modicum of level. You know what I'm saying? You don't get too hot, you don't get too cold, and I think that's pretty admirable, man. I really
well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's good feedback.
So yeah, I mean, I think it's great, and
no, you and Ann both like it was really cool. Like you had really interesting point of view and a really different perspective, and it was incredibly helpful. It was really nice to talk to you both.
Oh, Absolutely. Thank you. I'm so glad.
No, seriously, like I know it's odd, like being on these shows sometimes, especially when you're new, but it's like the thing is that the last thing anyone wants to hear is the same opinions over and over again. And so, you guys, bring a different perspective and probably a perspective that's more aligned with some of the newer listeners, right? Who haven't been doing this forever, right? And so, and it also challenges, it challenges all of us that have been doing it for a little bit longer to rethink our positions and reevaluate what we're thinking, which is always good, right? So it's good stuff.
Yeah, I would agree.
Awesome.
How you doing there, Gary?
I'm a doing.
Getting sleepy?
It all in. Yeah, I've been up since like 6 yesterday, and it's like 2:00 here.
Oh wow!
But, no, I was just sitting back soaking it all in. Y'all kind of hit some touchy subjects with me, and I'm just trying to bite my. Dave did it on purpose. He's getting me fired up. I agree with charging if you have something, because we invest in this. We've got equipment, we've got knowledge and everything, but it just really there's a fine balance of people that. Oh, I'm going to start a podcast and start selling merchandise and start making money. And it's like, what have you got to sell?
Yeah. I've been at it for a year and I've made $0. And
that's the way. You're a true blue UFO person. That's good.
Yeah, that's what people want to hear. I made $0. Yeah.
My paranormal show is called Poor Boys Paranormal for a reason. 6 years of doing this, and I have every penny I make is spent on buying Dave's subscribers.
Yeah, it's just yeah.
No, it's so hard, right? Because you take Dolan's conference for example, right? I mean, $100. I mean, like I said, I'm used to conferences being $1,500 a day. Right? Like seriously, that is totally normal in my world, right? So, now true, we don't pay it. Usually the companies we work for pay it. So it's a little bit different of a structure, right? But, independent people do pay that much, right? And so, $100, honestly, I would be surprised if Dolan really made any money off that, right? Because, let's say, I don't know how many people you'd need to even break even, right? But the problem is that one is people don't really understand what the money is being used for. There's no clarity as to who's getting parts or the speakers getting paid, how it's structured. And two, there's no release of the information afterwards. Like if they said to people, look, this is going to be presented and, 2 weeks after the event, we'll release the presentations, and maybe they don't release the video. Maybe they just release the decks. Whatever, right? If you want to break it up somehow, that's fine. But don't turn the hoarding of information into a profit center. Try to make the delivery of the information or the usage of the information or the way you package the information. Do something with it. Do something useful. It's hard.
Well, John, I think you brought up a good point earlier, and you just kind of touched on it here a few minutes ago. And Dave did too. If you're going to present a conference, present accurate information and present it as such. Don't and there's a fine line. Once again, you have to walk here. Don't say you have all of the best information when you're spewing the same garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When you're present your information, this is the information we have, and this is how much we're charging. You don't do that in the rocket science business. You don't do it in the military. You don't do it in any other business. You don't sell a car. Hey, I've got a 2016 Dodge Viper when you're trying to sell a 99 Honda Civic. Present the information as such.
You do that once.
Absolutely. But in this field, in both worlds, the UFO community and in the cryptid community and the paranormal, it's like, hey, I've got the greatest thing, and then didn't I see that a few months ago on another guy's channel?
Right.
You know, and that's the reason I guess I'm not that popular, because I don't put out a lot of shows unless I got something new to say.
I wish I could do that.
You know, but that's the other aspect too, is that once you get to a point where you are producing things, right, and the information ceases to being a product, then all the walls fall down and you start getting more collaboration between researchers.
Absolutely.
Right? Because whenever information becomes a piece of value, people don't want to share it, which is the quickest way to slow down research. You know, would you get to a point where people are actually doing something with that information that they can sell as a product? Now the information itself, it doesn't matter who has it. It matters what you do with it, you know? And that's how like in a mature world that works, you know? And unfortunately, we've been kept in infancy for so long. I mean, and everyone's been starved. I mean, there are people in this field that have been doing this for 30, 40, I mean, crazy amounts of time. I mean, it's insane. I mean, it's just it blows my mind. But people should be able to make a living. I mean, I would love it. I would love it if we got to a point where you could make an honest living doing this kind of research, right?
Right.
Or you make an honest living doing Bigfoot research, right? And the thing is that, you know, once again, with the Bigfoot stuff, it's a careful line you have to watch. Mm-hmm. I'm totally happy if I go to Africa to pay someone to take me out into the jungles or whatever it is, right? And give me the opportunity to hopefully see animals, right? But what I'm paying them for is the knowledge they share with me while we're on the trip.
Absolutely.
All the equipment that they expend and use to get me there and get me back safely. That, you know, that I'll get lots of advice, I'll get lots of help, and they'll give me the best chance possible of seeing that tiger. But they can't promise me they'll see a tiger. I'm sure some of them do, but they shouldn't, you know. But it's hard. Like you have to be so careful. You know, you have to play that line so tightly, you know. And it's hard with this stuff.
It's very hard. It's very hard. Nobody said it was easy, you know, but you know, $250 for a virtual conference, you know, you have to be indebted to or love the person in order to do that. Like give you an example. If I'm speaking I'll give you an example. When I spoke at the Alien Cosmic Expo in Toronto a couple of years ago, okay, I got paid $500 to speak, plus I had my hotel and my flight return covered. I still had to pay for gas to get to the airport, pay for my car being parked at the airport,
Mm-hmm.
pay for my own food if I wanted to, except for the Saturday night dinner. Okay, I had to, you know, so there was expense.
And you lost money. You lost money, in theory, you lost money not doing whatever job you normally do, right? So, you know, I mean, there's also some cost to it.
I'm fortunate where, you know what, my time, if somebody calls me for a conference, I don't care if I get paid to do the conference. What I do want, though, is I don't want to be shelling out for my hotel. I don't want to be shelling out for my plane flight. All right. If you want me there, and that comes at a cost. So if you're flying me out of Vancouver, that's a $600. I mean, Jason, you know how expensive it is to fly in and out of Vancouver. All right.
Everything's expensive in Vancouver.
Give me an example. Okay. To fly to Las Vegas from Vancouver costs $700 Canadian. To fly, if you drive 35 minutes south, cross the border, and fly out of Bellingham to Las Vegas, it costs you about $300 Canadian. And it's 35. You save $400 by driving 35 minutes. And instead of paying $20 a day for parking, you're only paying $10. Okay.
Same way here with San Francisco, San Jose, and Oakland, right? San Francisco is the most expensive. If you can fly out of San Jose, it's way cheaper. If you can fly out of Oakland, not many flights, but if you can find one, then it goes really cheap.
I ran into that with Ohio, with Cleveland and Akron.
Yep.
One was
And same
definitely
thing in
cheaper than the other. Yeah.
Yep. Same thing with DC with Newark and all those places. I mean, there's different
Mhm.
places. You know, it's but the cost can be significant. And I mean like the last big company I worked for, most of the public talking I would do was international. So my flights were like a minimum of like $3,000, right? Minimum, like often 6, right? And you know. But someone had to pay for all that. You know, you're not going to expect the customer to pay for that, and you're certainly not going to expect me to pay for that, right? So the company had to pick it up. So someone's got to help out with that cost. But they got compensated for it technically, because hopefully after I left, they bought something from the company, right? I mean, I swayed them in some way or convinced them that it was good technology to use. And it's so much of this is just because it's just because of the maturity level that it's at.
Right.
Things will change so much as time goes on.
Well, folks, I apologize, but I've got to back out of here. I'm gonna go get some sleep.
You
I
do
gotta-
that.
You
Well-
lazy.
Now, John, this is coming from the guy that texted me the other night at 2:00 in the morning to fix something on the YouTube channel because it was bothering you.
And you did it fast, man. I told my wife about that the other day. I'm like, this guy's awesome. I sent him a message saying, dude, can you look? And like half an hour later, it was fixed. Dude, that was cool. I was impressed. That was awesome.
I'm dedicated to Spaced Out Radio. Let's just say that.
That was awesome. That was awesome. That was way
Wonderful
awesome.
night.
Hey, well, you have a good night, sir.
You
Yeah.
too.
Good night.
Himself that it's a good thing to do. Oh, we love Gary. Gary's amazing.
Oh, he's awesome. He's awesome. So, and 2 weeks ago,
Yes, sir.
2 weeks ago,
2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago.
So
And
how do you feel?
Great
is
comment
Dave
here.
muted?
Oh, I shouldn't be.
There you are. Okay.
Okay. Kevin has a great comment here. He says, I would sell my home to pay for trusted information confirming life after death, alien visitation, Sasquatch, Dogman. So $250 is chump change because we don't trust the info. What's your thoughts?
Oh, that's so interesting because the hard thing is that that's hard. Like I would argue that the fact that he sees that much value in that information almost indicates that no one should be in this business because that shows it's tied to such an important belief system for him, right?
Yeah.
That he cares that much about. And honestly, like, I mean, the life after death one, that's hard. We all can relate to that, right? But other than the fact that I think it's unfortunate that information is so valuable. Other than that, with what his statement is, I totally get it. Like, I mean, that makes total sense. I mean, it's a good point. And you're paying a discounted rate for the lack of credibility. It's the good tour operators, $1,000 and the shady guy's only $250, right? So,
Come on,
and you might get lost.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, just paying $250 for an online thing. I mean, that's kind of like a do-it-yourself enema. I mean, it's just going to be a messy. It's not. I don't think there's any value really in a $250 event online.
No, the thing is that the people that put it on, right? They have to pay for all the server capacity to host it, right? They have to pay for all the storage. They have to pay for bandwidth, right? So all the people downloading their stuff, they get charged for that bandwidth, right? So you have to hire the engineers to build that stuff out and maintain it, right? There's all those fees that come into it, and then on top of it, in the case of this most recent one, they developed a virtual conference software platform.
Oh wow!
To use for it, and they bought someone else's and modified it. But that's the thing that sucked about that conference was that I didn't like that they were charging $250 for it, because the way they were advertising it is, you're going to get information here you can't get anywhere else,
Right.
and you're not going to get it afterwards. So you want information, you have to come now.
The biggest complaint I heard about
the money was nothing.
The biggest complaint I heard about that conference, or one of the biggest complaints, was that you pay a lot of money for this virtual stuff. They advertised that the speaking guests would be walking around as their virtual selves for conversations. Well, the person I know that paid money for it walked around everywhere. The only person that they actually ran into who was speaking at the conference was Whitley Strieber. That is it. There was no Elizondo, there was no Dolan, there was no other people there. At least she couldn't find them. All right. But it pissed her off, because if you go to a good conference, okay, so if you attend one of Lorien Fenton's conferences or the Alien Cosmic Expo or something along those lines, they make sure that when someone is speaking, that all the speakers are there listening. And so afterwards, you can mingle with the speakers, you can hang out with them. And, like after the conference is over for the day, if you walk into the bar or the restaurant, we're all right there. So you can come on up and say hello, and just chat UFOs or share stories or whatever. But at these virtual conferences, it wasn't there.
I got to admit, what you just described for UFO conferences, that's really awesome. Like that's a huge value add, and that's not normal, right? Like most conferences I go to, there's a speaker lounge that we hang out in. All the speakers hang out together, and we don't mingle with the riffraff, right? I mean, it's like a big joke. Like, the speakers are almost kept completely separate. We get our own entrances. We have our own places to eat. Like we're actually like it's totally separate. It's totally different. It's so that the fact that UFO does that, the UFO world does that, is actually pretty awesome.
Yeah, and trust me, it is very cool. It is very cool.
That's what I would pay for, is that experience. Not so much the talks, but it's just that experience of getting to meet everybody, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, how cool is it that, you go to a conference and you see Richard Dolan or Grant Cameron or Melinda Leslie or whomever on these television shows all the time, and there they are walking right in front of you. I mean, it is a pseudo celebrity type of feeling. I mean, look, like I will be honest with you, I've never been to a Contact in the Desert. We did some help with them interviewing some of their speakers this year, and we've been invited down for next year. I don't know what the role will be, even if it's just to hang out, but I've never been to one, but I want to go. So that way I can go hang out with these people and hang out with who's going on. What I want to do maybe next year for Contact or whatever, take a year to see how it is, because all this COVID crap, hopefully we'll get over this at some point. And then from there, if it's something that I see some relevance in, what I would like to do is I would like to, do an annual trip to have our listeners meet us all at Contact and have a spaced out radio party and a get together, much like a tailgate party.
Yeah. Oh, that would be awesome, Dave. That's a great idea.
And what you do is you hand out and say, okay, guys, we're going to have a little SOR gala here at the lounge in the hotel just for SOR people. But, Jason, you're speaking at Contact. Here's your free ticket to come in. And John, you're speaking. Here's your ticket to come in and come join us. I mean, that's how you build a great community, is when you can pay back the fans that way, right?
Yeah.
Oh, totally. No. So true. And the other thing I love is that I love hearing like some of the the people that have been around for a while talk about it. I mean, you hear some of the people talk about how much they enjoy all the conversations they have at the bars and so forth at these conferences. Like I guess my point is the enjoyment of it is very mutual. Like the researchers really enjoy talking to everyone, and the conference goers love it too. It's really nice. It's actually one of the prettiest aspects of this culture.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not a lot of pretty, and that's pretty.
But isn't it weird how you have those two coins? You got that side of like that camaraderie that we have, that sense of community, and then on the opposite side you have the fighting amongst ourselves, and it's so weird that there's two sides to this. It seems like when we get together, we love each other. We get apart, we start tearing each other apart. It's so weird.
Well, yeah. And there's also people like I have this one friend that I will remain nameless because I think you might know him, Dave. And like he's gotten to a point now where like he said to me the other day, he goes, "I'm not here for entertainment." He's gotten so bent out of shape. Like he's so mad that he's not only not closer to an answer, he's further away.
Right.
And he's lost his ability, at least for now, to enjoy the path, right? Enjoy the ride, right? And if you're not enjoying the ride, change something, right? This whole idea of suffer to a goal is one of the most broken concepts in America, right? Because what happens when that happens is, one, you spend most of your life suffering, and two, you don't always get the target. So now you suffer for nothing and you're mad, right? So make sure you enjoy the process, right?
Yeah.
If you don't enjoy the process, the goal's not worth it, right? But there's this class of people that are either, and a lot of it's because they've had their own experiences and they want answers, right?
Well, that's the big reason. Like when I set this goal right before COVID hit. My whole goal is for our listeners, as our audience has grown and grown and grown, my goal is to throw a big Vegas party. When all of this crap is over and we can travel wherever we want and get back to normal, because I don't believe in the new normal, okay? Get back to real normalcy. My goal is this, and I've said this to our audience. Once they say everything is good to go, we're going to give you 2.5 to 3 months warning. We'll talk about it every night on the show. This is when we're going to Vegas for our party. We're not going for a conference. I'm going to bring in I know my radio people want to come down and meet us there, and we're not going for anything. What we're going to is just hang out. Let's have a few beers. Let's share some stories, and anybody can come. The only thing that I want to know is if the audience is coming, let me know that it is 100% guaranteed that you're going to be there. Because what I want to do and what my business partner wants to do is we want to make sure that for all our listeners that are there, that there's a T-shirt for them and a gift bag for showing up. Right. I'm not paying, like there's no conference, but if David Weatherly shows up or Shannon Legro shows up because she lives in Vegas or Melinda Leslie shows up or Sean Cahill shows up or whomever shows up, that's great. That's great. Let's thank you, Sonia, for rubbing that in. I really dislike you right now.
I'm going nice.
2 weeks. Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks for the invite, Sonia. Appreciate that. I invite you on the show. You say no, but I'm going to Vegas in 2 weeks. Yep.
I miss Vegas.
Me too. But I mean, that's something that we want to do. And we want to establish that as an annual event, or hopefully we get to a point where we can do it as a biannual event where we just gather in Vegas, SOR listeners, and eventually as it gets bigger and bigger, what we'll do is we'll start at a center bar at a hotel one night.
This is your plan to move to Vegas, isn't it, Dave? That's what this is. This is all the precursor to your plan to move to Vegas.
Eventually, if I'm blessed ever to get picked up, that is where we are going. That is where we are going. Thank you, Christopher, for that awesome super chat. Really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. But I mean, for something like that, my listeners know I've given them 3 months notice because I know they're going to, a lot of our listeners are not rich. I'm not rich. You guys aren't rich. Okay. We need to save up. In order to do this, I even need to save up. Right. And I need 3 months to save up. All right. So, I mean, the listeners, they got to pay for their hotel. They have to pay for their food. They have to pay for their flight or their gasoline to get there. But if you want to come.
Yeah.
Doors open. I just need to see a total because I want to make sure that there's enough swag bags there to hand out to each and every person. So if we have 40 people confirmed, I want to make sure that I have 60 grab bags or 100 grab bags. If we have 100 people showing up, I want to make sure I have 200 grab bags. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean,
and you do this right, Dave, and you're going to have more and more conferences inviting you to be there because these events will start becoming a pull to those because people will start going partially for what you guys are doing, right? Like it'll be a I mean, it's actually gotten to a point where like at VMworld they have a VMworld party at the end of the week, and there are people that just come to the conference for the party.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the Oscars. Right?
Yeah. No, it's totally true. It's totally true. It's totally. Look, I gotta go grab a drink and say goodnight to my wife. Are you two gonna hang out for a minute, or are you gonna leave?
I'm gonna be here for a bit.
I gotta go soon, but
okay. All right. Well, hey, if you're not back if you leave when I'm gone, both of you, it was like seriously, you guys contributed in really cool ways and made the conversation far more interesting, and I really appreciate it. So if I don't see you, bye-bye, and otherwise I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. So I mean, I think one of the issues that we have, Jason and Ann, is I think that we have a real disconnect between a lot of the people who are involved in this field and the people who are following. Okay. So for instance, we have, a pretty decent following now with our YouTube channel. If I got 2% of those people to show up at a conference or for our Vegas party, I'm excited about that.
Right.
That totally excites me about it. All right. And if I get 10 people who show up, I'm going to be excited about that. If I get 100 people, I'm probably going to be jaw dropped. Right.
It would be a cool event.
True.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But I mean, I think for the most part, though, a lot of these people take, whether it's, and I think it happens a lot in the paranormal and UFO world, especially. I think we take for granted the great people who listen to us, who are paying attention, who are listening to this program or following, other people. Like Richard Dolan, if he, with his, 58,000 subscribers on YouTube, I mean, or whatever he has now. I mean, there's a guy who, if he wanted, and it's tough, but if he wanted, he could throw events almost every weekend.
Yeah.
And people are going to show up. I've seen what people are donating to him on his super chats. Right?
He's making some dough.
I bet you, yeah, I'm not going to speculate on that because it's rude. Okay. But I don't think he's hurting off of YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't think he's hurting at all. I think he's making a very, very healthy living. Why not?
Well, yeah. The thing is with YouTube, if you got the content, you got the, the audience, why not make money, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to shift it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to shift it, though, because you can't be doing the same thing that everybody else is.
That's the problem with YouTube is that you get lost, right? In the sea of everybody else doing the same thing as what you're doing. I decided not to do YouTube at all. I almost started it, and I thought
you would do well.
I don't know. I would right now. The podcast seems like the idea is just to focus on the conversation as opposed to having to worry what's behind me all the time and all that jazz. So
yeah. Which reminds me, what day do you have me booked again?
I think we have you on the 12th.
September 12th. That's right.
Yeah. You're mentioning the 12th again. You're having a guest on the 12th, but I don't think that should hinder our interview.
No. That's a Thursday, correct? No, that's a Sunday.
It should be a Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, no, I'm free that day.
Okay, good.
Totally free. Totally.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, you'll come on. We'll have a good time.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure about it.
Talk about local BC lore.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you. The only thing though that I'll tell you, the one thing that I am going to. I did a great show the other day or about a week ago with Lou Jimenez, and he does the Big Phone Home.
Okay.
The unidentified celebrity report.
Yes. Again, bad with names, but yes. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And he wanted to know about all my experiences, and a lot of his chatters have never heard of Spaced Out Radio. I don't get insulted by that, but there was probably a quarter of the listeners who were. It was funny to watch, just calling me bullshit. Like, where's your proof? Where's your evidence? Where's your photographs? Excuse me. All of that kind of stuff. And, like I said, you can choose to believe me or not, right? Like the one comment I made during the show was from someone in his chat room, right?
Right.
And I mean, I'm not going to hammer the host, but I think what I am going to start doing is I'm going to start pulling away from podcasts and shows that want to focus on my experiences, because I've been telling those stories for the last 6 years.
Right.
And it's time to kind of, I don't mind talking about them at all, but it's time to start moving on to some real issues. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whether it's about experiencers, whether it's about the media, whether it's about UFOs or Bigfoot, I'm pretty well versed. I'm well versed in everything, expert on none.
Yeah.
So
I feel that way too.
That's kind of the way.
Not expert.
That's
expert on none. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of the way I think I'm going to start going now, because, for any experiencer, you want people to believe you, because like somebody like me, I'll never bullshit my audience ever. People can say whatever they want about me or the show, but if I bullshit my audience about anything, whether it's being accused of buying subscribers or making up my stories, the people that I'm hurting are twofold. Number one, I'm hurting my audience, right? Because they have put their trust, their faith, their belief in my voice. I am their voice to the community. And I am their doorway to see what's on the other side. That is a huge responsibility. It is a massive, massive responsibility. And I know you, I mean, Jason, with your podcast and by God, Anne has her own network. I mean, that is a huge responsibility to try and keep things going, right? Because you need to be able to be honest with people.
Yeah.
Lying about experiences or lying about credentials or lying about your numbers or whatever, that doesn't solve any issues. It doesn't solve anything.
And even like, and you probably attest to this too, but just wearing your emotions on your sleeves and talking honestly about your experiences that you've had, is it without, pulling back. I've done that all the time. If something I experience, I'll talk about it openly and without fear what the other person has got to say or think. And most of the time they're on board. They're like, okay, this person is obviously tell me something that really happened to them, right? Because if you approach something very, sort of very afraid to broach the subject, but if you're just like, hey, dude, I was walking and this is what I saw, people are more likely to listen to you than if you're afraid because you're trying to sense whether or not they're going to call you out or anything. I would say wear everything on your sleeve, right?
Absolutely. But you also have to be careful because, as you get bigger, you have to watch out now who you're talking to, what you're talking to them about, because there's a lot of people out there now that have butcher shows, that they're only out there to butcher you.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And like the example I gave with a guest we're trying to get on this show, he was absolutely butchered by another Canadian radio show out of the East. And he doesn't trust anything. And right. I don't blame him. Why are we for podcasters? I think a lot of us forget, okay, whether it's your audience or whether it's your guest, the most valuable thing that anybody could give you is your time. I mean, if you scroll through our chat room right now, there are listeners in this chat room who have been here for over 3 hours.
Wow. Kudos to you guys.
Exactly. But you know what the thing is, okay? The thing is, you have to respect that. You have to respect the time of the guest. You have to respect the time that people put into you. If you're not going to respect that time, you're a butcher. If you're there to suck someone in and then hammer them for no reason, right? Like I'm looking at Prairie Fire here. And Prairie Fire is one of our good listeners, says, I think people are sick of outrageous claims with no proof. The question is, what is proof? What is proof? Is proof a video camera? No, because that gets raked across the coals for a bunch of dots in the sky. Is proof a footprint of Bigfoot? No, because somebody can fake that. Okay, by cutting out a piece of wood and going into soft dirt and laying the print. All right. Is it that EVP from a ghost box? Well, the experts, the so-called veterans of the paranormal field, will tell you that a ghost box doesn't work. All right, and isn't an efficient way of getting information. So, what really is proof? The only real proof out there is anecdotal proof that people are experiencing. The other part of proof, in my opinion, please correct me if I'm wrong or add to it. Okay, the other part of proof is scientific proof. All right, so the stories, in my opinion, there's some outlandish ones out there, but the stories of people who have these experiences aren't outlandish at all. They aren't outlandish. In some cases, that's all we have. Right. And with Prairie Fire, I see the frustration in that person because they're tired of the stories. Let's solve it already. All right? Let's solve it. Why haven't we solved anything? Okay? So, I mean, what really is proof? That's what it comes down to. Black Dragon, again, thank you. Way too kind. I hope you didn't lose your fourth kidney for that, man. Wonderful super chat. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So, I'm not trying to start an argument with Prairie Fire or saying that Prairie Fire is wrong. That's not it at all. What I am saying, though, is that we have to figure out what is proof and what is not. If you're sick of somebody with the message who keeps giving the same message, that's different.
Yeah.
Okay, Stanton Friedman, God bless his soul, was famous for saying the same speech at every conference for years, and saying the same speech on every podcast and radio show for years. All right.
Yeah.
So what realistically, what is proof? And and sorry, let me add one more thing, because Prairie Fire, this is good conversation. So he says these podcasts keep rehashing stuff. The reason why the podcasts keep rehashing stuff is because that person hasn't said that on that podcast yet. So I may have a guest, and then all of a sudden a week later, Jason has him on as a guest, or Ann has him on as a guest, and they're rehashing the exact same story. It's the listener's fault for keeping going to see what this person is going to say next, because the chances are it's going to be the same every time.
Good point.
Yeah, no, I agree, because with me and with this recent story, here I've told you, I haven't told it at all on my podcast yet, but I'm going to have on the other two people that were with me. I have another podcast that I had mentioned it to them, and they want me on. So, yeah, I mean, that happens. It's part of it.
Absolutely. Chris Holm.
But the hard part is it like.
So one sec, John. Chris Holm brings up a good point. It says every podcast could be someone's first.
That's a good point.
Yes, Chris. Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Brett Lewis, thank you so much for that super chat, man. Go ahead, John.
No, I was gonna say that, and my problem is that, and like if we were close friends, I'm not sure I would advise you to go public with your story.
Right.
I'm not actually sure I would advise you to tell anybody about it, because it's already been traumatic enough, right? Like, the last thing you need is a bunch of people attacking you and calling you a liar and saying that you weren't really there and that you didn't really see it, and for what? What do you get out of going public with it, right? Well, basically what you get is helping others.
That's the Samantha Mowat story, where I'm going to bring up the quote here. Bear with me. I'm not going to say who the person was or where the quote was, but this is what we deal with.
Well, while you're doing that really quick, one of the things for me, when I very first told my story about what it was like to grow up until that point and all the things that I had experienced up to that point, when I had people messaging me saying that, oh my gosh, I thought I was alone and I had the same experience, but they were over in New Zealand or Australia. It was so healing, not just for me, but for those people. I'm willing. Good. It does. And I'm willing to walk through that fire and just try to tune those people out, the naysayers and the people that want to tear it apart, because there's those people out there that's going to help heal. So it's worth it to me.
So this is the comment that I'm talking about. This person says, really struggling to believe his stories of the angel of death, Bigfoot, abduction, UFOs, 10 to 12 foot extraterrestrial. He was going on like it was a well-rehearsed story, especially all the tiny details he throws in there that I think he is doing to try and add credibility, but it's almost too much. I mean, has any other person claimed to have so many crazy but different sightings in such a short time frame? Help me out with this one. But I want it to be true. Trust me. Would love this guy to take a lie detector test. A person with this many claims should want to do such a thing to at least have one thing to support him. Like, who sees the angel of death in your mom and doesn't say, holy shit, mom, I just saw the angel of death inside of you. But like, after he sees two 12-foot aliens, which it's only one, and walks back to the house, he just says, well, that was kind of cool. I'm sorry. Stories like these, we should really be pressing back on. I mean, honestly, people don't even see all this at Skinwalker Ranch. I mean, multiple people have seen things, but for one guy to see basically every known thing, LOL, hard to imagine. I would feel way more comfortable with a lie detector test, even though they aren't perfect. I think it would be pretty amazing if he passed one. Like Lou Elizondo says, don't believe anyone who tells you they have the answers. I find it hard to believe anyone who says they've seen UAPs, angels inside your mom, possibly abducted, physical aliens. I'm really wanting to believe. Honestly, another good person to talk to would be his mom. See if she thinks he is telling the truth. LOL. Is it just me, or does he look like he left a lot? I don't know. But what got me was the one of the hosts saying that you sound totally credible and you think he's telling the honest truth, but yet you are at times very skeptical of folks like Elizondo or others like Bob Lazar. How, man? Or did you just want to not want to be rude? Just got to the part where he says he is diagnosed with anxiety and depression. This all might be mental illness related. So I feel for the guy if it is, and would never make fun of anyone for that. And hey, it takes courage for him to admit that he has that, but it also makes people question if something else mental health related had anything to do with the sightings he had. So
you should get that framed, Dave. That captured in one thing all of the issues that are going on right now with experiencers. That was actually kind of amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know,
that was brilliant. I mean, I was like that. And let's be fair, he was being honest, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
I wouldn't say that to you, but he was being honest, right?
True.
I thought it was a fair comment. I would take a lie detector test. If somebody set it up, I would totally take it. And
if you failed, then everyone would say that's proof that you were lying. If you passed, then everyone would say that lie detector tests aren't reliable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I've been hit with that too. That I've had all kinds of experiences from, I don't know if it was an angel at the end of my bed or not, but then there was that, I don't know if you want to call it an alien or not. Dave, I showed you that picture, whatever it was. And then the Sasquatch thing. People can have a million different experiences in one lifetime. And then you have your other people that aren't even going to have one. It's just how it goes.
Absolutely.
And part of me wonders though, because I know for me, one of the weird things that's happened to me in the last couple of years is doing all this research. I've started to remember a lot more, right? Mm-hmm. I've started remembering a lot more about weird things that happened in my childhood that at the time, it might have made a big impact on me for a couple of years as a kid. But then I kind of forgot about it, and so what I've started doing is I've started writing them all out, right? And so I have a note for each event that happened, right? So there's and they're starting to build up, right? I'm starting to get kind of amazed as to how many of them there are. Like if you would have asked me 2 years ago how many weird things happened when you were a kid, I would have said maybe 2, and I'm up to 8 or 9 now, and I'm not even done, right? And part of me wonders what if everyone's like that? What if everyone had at least 5 or 10 just weird stuff happen when they were kids that they couldn't explain, but they wrote it all off. And because they wrote it all off, they feel safe writing yours off, right? Because they wrote it all off, they have to write yours off, because if yours are real, maybe theirs were real.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then they have to go back and reevaluate everything.
That is a very, very strong point. Very
well said.
And I'll tell you, Mick West.
Sorry, John.
Let me say first, Mick West.
Yeah.
And let me say, I like Mick West. But Mick West actually asked me a couple months ago if we could have a one-on-one conversation. We got on a video chat. We talked for 3 hours, right? Mick's not a bad guy, right? But he's like a bulldog to try to prove this stuff false. Well, when you start to get to know him, you find out that when he was a kid, he believed in this stuff. And then he decided it wasn't true. And he made this hard decision to say it wasn't true. And part of the reason why was because it scared him, right? Because of course it does. It scares everyone, right? And so I guarantee part of it for him is he doesn't want to have to go back and rehash that.
Right. And I actually have, trying to find my pictures of Carl, I actually have your alien photos.
All right.
Can I show them? Do I have permission?
Yeah, and of course you do.
Okay, so
they're not drawings. They're real pictures.
It's a photo. It took me about a year to talk about it, and then I came on with Dave and told my story. And
I don't know how to expand them any. Hold on, let me go
Do you need the other ones?
No, I got
them.
They're in the window.
Whoa. Oh man,
See,
you know what's so hard about that is that that could be pareidolia, right? I mean, that could be some weird shadow with some weird thing that we look for faces. I have a 5-year-old daughter. I'm having to explain this to her now because she sees faces in the dark all over the place like I used to, right? And so
Right.
but it could be an alien. It also could be a ghost.
Right.
I mean, it's like,
See,
it's hard.
here's for me again. I was totally fine.
That's not nice.
I sent those photos
Like
to some people,
reptilian, yeah.
and I was all ready. Like, debunk it, please, because if you debunk
exactly.
it,
Please debunk it, please.
that means that what I saw. I mean, maybe I was just being crazy because the whole thing is I was standing out on the patio. There was this big mist. This thing materialized out of the mist. I watched it walk down the street. It disappeared. I do not have fight or flight. I have freeze. And so finally,
I do most of this.
Right? Well, I finally got inside the house. I had my sister on the line and I had called her up freaking out. Shut the patio door, shut the curtains, went in my kids' room to shut their curtains and felt that energetic pull to look up and across the way. And the same thing was standing there in the window that I had just seen walking alongside the road.
Quick question.
So, yeah.
So, you know that feeling that you get when someone's looking at you?
Yes.
And you feel this that pull to look in that direction. Was that the same type of feeling, or was it a different feeling?
It was that, but amplified. Like.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was awful. It took, like I said, it took me about a year before I actually took those photos, or that one photo, and I sent it to my sister, and I wanted nothing to do with it. I said, keep this in case I want it back, but I don't want anything to do with it because I was scared that, when it comes to
that's
energy,
scary looking.
Right? Well, when it comes to energy and everything, my fear was that if I kept this photo, that somehow, even if it's an irrational thought, what if it could have an energetic link to me? Like, I wanted this thing out of sight, out of mind.
Oh, sure.
And then eventually I asked my sister to send it back, and I said that I was ready to talk about it.
This is what Carl looked like.
That's awful.
And Dave, how like, for you, how clear were his lines? I mean, were they that clear for you? Pretty close?
Yeah.
Awful.
Wow. I wish you'd been wearing like some kind of a heart monitor or something. I would have loved to have seen your pulse.
Dude, it scared the shit out of me. Scared the daylights out of me. It really, really did. And it was
I wonder
interesting.
if he felt bad.
Well, he came back in August of 2017. I had Olaf Phillips on the air that night.
Yeah, Olaf talked about that. He talked about how you sounded on the phone and how obvious your natural reaction was.
It was crazy because when Carl came back, everything. If you're an experiencer, and see, this is a lot of things that experiencers don't understand. Okay, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say this, but a lot of researchers who aren't experiencers, they're more, they're enthusiasts to the issue. They don't understand that everything has an energy pattern. Okay, so I know from that little incident with Carl the first time, I knew his energy. You gain their energy. You know what they feel like. It's like when you're around ghosts. Okay, ghosts are very heavy, depressing type energy. You feel heaviness on your shoulders and on your back. Alien contact is very almost like you're on the greatest high of your life. Their energy is just like wow. It's always moving. And with Carl, when he came back, I immediately sensed its energy because I immediately picked it up and I said to Olaf on the air, I said, Carl's here. And I'm like, He's like, what? I said, Carl's here.
And you knew that. I mean, there was no doubt in your mind.
No doubt in my mind. So we get the show done. There's about 25 minutes left in the show. Get the show done. And I've got Olaf now on my phone. And I walk out the studio, walk out my back door. And I have like a 2-tiered driveway. And I had both my vehicles parked down below, side by side. And as I'm on the phone with Olaf, standing in my carport, I watch these 2 Nike swooshes, like almost in a yin and yang, but they look like Nike swooshes, go at about 6 feet right in between my vehicles, and then came back and exited and disappeared. And I was goosebumping. Like, I'm like, Olaf, what the frig do I do? He's like, go over there. I'm like, I'm going over there. So
I love the guy we so into a portal.
Yeah.
So here I am on the phone with Olaf. It's just me and black outside and my carport light. And I walk outside. I walk to my vehicles because and I'm walking like this is like a horror movie kind of thing, right? And I walk in between my vehicles and there's nothing there. So I just keep getting freaked out. And I go back inside. I said, Olaf, I got to go. I got to call my ET guy, R. Keith Andrews, and I got to try and get a hold of him. And this is now about 12:35 at night. And Keith just happened to be awake. And I pick up the phone and I'm outside standing now on top of my patio. And I'm hearing up my driveway. Do you remember the movie Signs, Jason?
The movie Signs? Oh, yeah.
Okay, remember
that was scary.
On the baby monitor,
that was not cool.
Okay. So up my driveway, by my trees in my front yard, I'm hearing. And then in my backyard, I'm hearing. So there's this conversation going on. Okay. We don't have animals up here at night. They're sleeping. Or they're very quiet and stealthy like the cats. Okay. And I'm listening to this conversation. First thing, I get Keith on the phone. I said, Keith, Carl's back. And he's like, well, about time. And right out of his mouth, he goes, by the way, Dave, I never said anything about the clicking. He goes, by the way, Dave, have you heard anything strange? And I said, like what? He goes, have you heard them talking? And he specifically said, heard them talking. And I went like, he goes, yeah, but he made this sound that was like, I can't do the sound. Okay, Keith could do the sound. And I went, that's it. Because I got him on speakerphone. I said, that's it. And as soon as I said, that's it, from my backyard, responding to Keith is, right? I can't see these things. Wherever they are in my backyard, because my backyard, we don't have lights. Everything's dark back there. And I
hope you have lights now.
No.
What a great way to
oh yeah. It was insane. And this was going on for like an hour. Right? For like an hour it was going on. It was insane. And then all of a sudden, this is how I figured out how aliens leave. And I've never heard anybody ever talk about this. This is my own theory, but I think I know how they leave. When Samantha and I had that encounter in the forest, we stayed there and watched them for about 15, 20 minutes. And then it felt like both her and I were getting pulled to a different part of the forest. Kind of like, if you go here, you're going to see more. and it's going to be real exciting for you. So Samantha and I left the aliens in the forest, and we walked to took a trail to a different part of the forest where we were being led. Like,
look over there, and then when you did, they ran.
So we go over to that other part.
Batman.
We go over there to that other part of the forest, and of course we're standing there for 10 minutes, you know, and you think you're seeing all this stuff move out of the corner of your eyes, and you realize, okay, that's a bird, that's a tree, okay, that's a leaf blowing in the wind. And then we went back to the original spot, and they're gone. Well, what confirmed it for me was that night I have a lake about 2 miles from my house. And the message that I was getting, and I was telling Keith this because Keith was on the phone with me. The message that I kept on getting is, if I go to the lake, I'm going to see the craft. Hold on. I'm going to see the craft.
Are they texting you right now?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm going to see the craft, and I'm going to see a couple more aliens on the ground. So I pull into the parking lot of the lake, and it's not a big lake. It's got like a walking trail around it. And so I end up sitting there for about 45 minutes. It's a moonless night, and all I'm staring up at is at the stars. I'm a little bit afraid to get out of the vehicle because at that time it's bear season, it's big cat season. Okay, and I'm a meal. All right. And so I ended up leaving there, going home, and the energy at my house was nil. It was done. Like, they were gone. They weren't there anymore. So my theory is, with these 2 pieces of proof, is that they, whoever they are, have the ability to put in your head, if you go here, you're going to see more. And when you leave, that is their ability to now escape. Why?
Well, they use that poll to get you to come to them in the first place. So if they can use it to tell you something true, there's no reason why they can't use it to tell you something false.
Exactly. But I don't know why. Maybe they don't want me to see the craft. Like my house, I'll give you an example. My mother-in-law one night woke up, went to the bathroom, and she looks in our backyard because she sees blue light flashing, thinks there's police around, and there's blue light swirling on our grass. This is a lady who's never seen a UFO before. Right? And she said it just kept flashing and flashing and flashing. I said, did you see the craft? She goes, no, I just saw the flashing. Right? Another buddy of mine came up here for a ghost hunt one day, and we were talking UFOs, and it was like 1:45 in the morning. I'm like, I'm going to bed. I'm tired. He goes, no problem. He goes, I'm going to go outside for a cigarette. Goes outside for a cigarette, and all of a sudden, white beam pulsing right on top of him. Right? I mean, this is the stuff that happens, right? I mean, but how they escape.
Dave, let me ask you a quick. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, so let me ask you a really weird theoretical question. So, and not saying any of this was fake, right? Let's say there's a future version of you, okay, that knew all the things and objects that were involved in this, and a future version of you orchestrated all of this to happen, okay? If you had orchestrated all this for yourself, what do you think you would be trying to teach yourself? Like, what can you imagine that you would be using this to communicate to you?
No idea. No idea. Dude, what a lot of people don't understand is when you're a major experiencer, okay? When you're a major experiencer, what you lose is way more than what you gain. For instance, here's an interesting theory. All right. Doesn't happen to everybody, but it does happen to a lot of people in this field. The minute that they awaken, we'll use the term awaken, the majority of people immediately start losing friends. Okay. They lose a lot of friends. Like I lost my best friend of 28 years, my fishing buddy. I haven't been fishing since. Right? You end up losing, for the majority of people, they end up losing salary. It's weird how it ties into money. Very weird how it ties into money. Because the majority of people who are opening up and having these experiences, with the exception of a few, absolutely lose money. And I'm not saying lose their jobs. Okay, but say you take someone who's on commission sales and say is used to making $8,000 a month, all of a sudden they go down to $4,000 a month.
So I can offer you a possible explanation for this. So I'm
just gonna log out, guys. I gotta go to bed.
No, dude, no worries, man. No worries. Hey, but dude,
great
thank
night.
you so much for coming, man. That we
It's
really
nice
like.
meeting you all.
You were huge input, dude. Yeah. No, seriously,
That was
thank
awesome.
you. That was awesome. That was awesome. We really,
Thanks, guys.
really appreciate it. We
Nice
really,
meeting everybody.
Yeah. No, totally. No, it was good stuff, man. Appreciate it. Now I lost my train of thought.
Ask me a question or a theory. Let me go to the bathroom first while you're thinking.
Yeah. I can't
It was
believe you're
about-
talking about this, and it only happened 2 weeks ago. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say your thought process. I think it was about him about losing money in regards to.
Yeah. No. Actually,
Mhm.
I have a very simple explanation for that. I mean, because essentially, what's happening is that this forces everyone to grow up,
Right.
and when you grow up, well, I'll tell Dave when he gets back, but
Yeah.
it's weird, but it's actually a really good thing. It may not seem like a good thing, but it's a
Right.
really good thing. It just totally. So how long ago was the alien thing?
I think it was 2017 or 18.
Oh,
I don't
Jesus, this is
remember.
all really new for you. And so on your free time, you see aliens and Bigfoot, but professionally, you look for ghosts. Is that accurate?
I mean, when I can, I look for ghosts and everything.
Okay.
I mean, my history is more with like Reiki and energy healing and channeling and that kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Totally. No, totally. Very cool. No, that makes no. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's something I need to learn about. It's fascinating stuff. But Dave, what I was going to say was that one possible explanation for what you described is honestly something that has been happening to me over the years for completely other reasons, and that is that like I've never been able to do small talk. Right. I'm bad at small talk. I struggled tremendously in certain countries. Like you go to the Netherlands and they want to talk about the weather for 25 minutes at the beginning of every meeting, and I go berserk. I can't do small talk. I've never been interested in sports. As an adult, and as a kid, I kind of liked baseball, but I can't talk about sports, right? I like to talk about physics. I like to talk about philosophy. I like to talk about ancient history. I like to talk about pretty much any science whatsoever. I like to talk about stuff, like real stuff that like does stuff and makes stuff and creates stuff and is stuff, and so as a result, like I don't have like a whole lot of friends, right? Like, and it's hard to make friends. At the same time, like I used to make a lot of money, and but what drives you to make a lot of money is ego, right? It's ego that drives you to make a lot of money, and when you start getting your ego in check, you start realizing that it's not really worth it. Like, it's not really worth it to put in those extra hours. It's not really worth it to put in that extra thing, because you'd rather just spend that time with your family or with your dog, or, you're essentially taking better care of yourself. And so it's kind of ironic, because part of what's happening is they're evolving to a point where they can't relate to their friends anymore. Forget the alien stuff or the Bigfoot stuff, just in general. Like they don't want to talk about the stuff that they used to talk about. They don't want to talk about all the meaningless crap, right? They want to talk about something meaningful.
I understand that.
And two, they don't like screwing people for money anymore.
No,
so,
but for me,
it's harder to make money.
No, for me, how it affected me was my boss cut my salary twice in 6 months. He had made more profit in the guy I was working for had made more profit than the store had ever done, and my office had done more, and he felt that I was making too much money, and he cut my salary twice in 6 months. Okay. And I went from making, say, up here down to making here, where everybody has a nut. You know what I'm saying? You have a nut that you have to make each month. And after my second salary cut, I was making $400 less a month than my nut.
So I have to ask you a very personal question, and feel you don't want to answer. Why didn't you just quit?
Because I liked the people I worked with, and I'm a team player. And eventually I did quit.
Oh, okay, all right.
I ended up moving up here.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
It just like I'm just, to me, like when someone does that, someone does that, like that's often called like a forced resignation. you basically make an employee's life so miserable they quit, so you don't have to fire them. You know?
Yeah.
I mean that's nasty business.
He did it to my entire team. He did it to my entire team.
Oh,
that's
right.
awful.
So, for instance, give you an example. Before I got there, the team was used to say making $60,000 gross a month. Okay. When I got there, we bumped it up to 80 to 100.
Nice.
And then when I put my team together, we got it up to 130, then 160, and we were all making great money.
Oh, that's awesome.
Great money. And what he said was, you're making too much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a third person in there to take the stress. Okay, because nobody should be paying that much. And then 6 months later at year end, for a record year where my team put $1.3 million in his bank for that year, he rewarded us with another huge pay cut.
Yes,
right? It's not about a good person. It's not about the fact that I worked for a dick. Okay. This all happened when I started opening up more, and all of a sudden the UFOs started showing up, and my son was born, and like I'm right in the middle of all this shit happening, producing better than I've ever produced before. Okay. And for our company, I was number 2 in sales for Western Canada.
Wow, that's huge, Dave. Wow. That's awesome.
And he cut us. Right?
Wow.
Yeah.
See, it's fascinating because, I mean...
Thank you, Ozzy Steve, for the super chat, man. Appreciate that.
With my experience with it, I've actually lost multiple jobs because I opened my mouth about having the caravan.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, one of them was a teaching job and it was great. And
I'm sorry, what's the caravan?
Oh, my podcast.
Oh, okay.
And so we were just talking. They liked to play D&D and I did too. And then D&D led to talking about the caravan. And the very next day, I got a letter saying, "Do not return here."
Wow.
That's happened multiple times.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I gotta be honest. Like, I mean, I'm careful what I say. I mean, it's like I'm always trying to pay attention to what I'm talking about and where I'm going with my own personal information, right? Because there's certainly lines that you can cross that make you more of a target than others, which is it's not right.
Put it into
But it's true.
To put it into perspective, okay, I can tell, and anybody who's an experiencer can tell, that Lou Elizondo has been with aliens. You could tell. Okay? When you're an experiencer, a multiple experiencer, you can tell. The way a person talks, the way they talk around the subject, whatever it may be. Could you imagine if Lou Elizondo came out and really, really stated that he has been face-to-face with extraterrestrials? He can't. Not because of his NDAs. The subject would be wiped off the map politically.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep.
The story would never, ever come out. Ever.
Yep.
Right? And that is part of the issue. Because I will tell you right now, I have zero proof on this. I have zero knowledge on this. Okay? But everybody should go back to the first interview I ever did with Luis Elizondo, and I've only done 2, and listen at the 20-minute mark of the show where I basically asked Lou if he has ever seen, not Lou the spook, but Lou the person, ever had contact with extraterrestrials. Little gray, and I even used the term little gray guys with big black eyes. Listen to his answer. He tells you right there, okay, in a very roundabout way, that he's seen aliens.
And just to touch on that too, really quick, when you are a multiple experiencer, it's almost like, I don't know if it's something in your aura, your energy, or whatever, but it changes, and you can recognize that. As at me, I can see that in you, just like you can see that in somebody else. I mean,
absolutely,
even barely talking to them.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And everything gives off energy. Like, for instance, that picture I showed you of Carl doesn't give off any energy whatsoever because it's a fake picture. Right. Your picture, Anne, that you have of whatever that is in the window gives off energy.
Right.
I completely agree with.
Right.
That
hey,
I completely
O'Brien,
agree
how
with.
you doing? Jim Chambers, good to see you.
Yeah. And then that is why I gave it to my sister for a while, because I didn't know what that would mean.
And so the point that I'm getting at with everything is we don't know. Like, when you're a multiple experiencer, I laugh. I'll say to Pascal, I blame you for this. And if anybody ever saw him, he was in the chat room tonight. Okay. And he laughs and he's like, well, that's what you wanted.
Yeah, he asked you how deep you wanted to go. Remember?
Yeah, I said, take me the full way. I'll go as far as I want, because
I don't teach you.
But people lose everything. People lose everything or many people lose everything. This is why I get so skeptical of people who are making money. Like, remember you and I were talking about Angeli the other day.
Yeah.
Okay. I can tell you right now, I don't believe half her story. I believe she's an experiencer. I can pick up on that energy that she has experienced something. But this whole, where she said she had a photo of the Council of 12 and it ended up being a drawing, a cartoon drawing.
Yeah.
That's not a photograph.
Yeah.
Hey, Sweet Donnie D, how are you? I mean, that's where the bullshit arises for me. So the other thing too, for those who are multiple experiencers, there's 2 things I always like to tell people. Number 1, it's almost like you become like the blue light at a Kmart blue light special. And that blue light shoots literally billions of miles into the stars. and lets everything in the paranormal, using the word paranormal as the umbrella term, know that you are there.
And
Okay.
and I would like to figure out a way to turn that off.
I mean,
not because I would personally turn mine off if I thought I had that issue, but to me it's very unfair that there are people that seem to be broadcasting that signal and they don't want to be.
Oh, I understand that. I keep mine on. I do. I keep mine on, but I also know that my house is very protected. Okay.
I believe you can turn it off full-heartedly. I mean,
I don't want to.
right?
Well, there's a lot of
and I
people
haven't-
that don't think they can, and
Yeah.
are being abducted against their will.
Yeah, I don't want.
And
I want to experience it. I want to be able to tell people about it. Okay.
Well, I think those people need to turn it off. They need to do the work. They need to make that choice.
Absolutely.
yeah, I mean, I have no idea. You know, the thing I find interesting is that the part of the brain that Gary Nolan has been focusing on when it comes to some of the signal work, that's actually the very same part of the brain that we sever or destroy or cut pieces out of when people have serious seizure problems. It's basically it's the interconnect between the two halves of the hemisphere. And so there are operations to actually cut portions or even all of that part of your brain out, and you continue to function. And it stops. There's some side effects, but it stops the seizures. And so part of me wonders if that same operation would actually stop contact.
Right.
Wow.
No, I get that. I get that. It's just like the other day or last week, our family went out for a drive after we were doing our things, and we went out for a drive. All right. We went deep, deep, deep into the forest, and there was a lightning storm right ahead of us. And we went into the forest probably, I'm going to say 28 miles. Okay. And we had a blast. We had a great time. And anyways, as my sleepy partner is right in front of me here. I know, I read your text. Okay. That's okay.
Okay.
You'll be stinky tomorrow.
You will be.
You're stinky.
You got to work.
I know I got to work, but you're still stinky.
Shadow's in here.
Okay. Okay, he's coming to work now. You're late, Shadow. You're late. Anyways, the whole point that I'm getting at is we started getting these feelings that there was something watching us. Didn't know what it was, and it wasn't very good energy that was watching. Didn't feel paranormal. Okay, something supernatural. And then as we left and got about 3/4 of the way, halfway out of the forest, the energy subsided, but there was a new energy there now. Like it felt like we were being followed by a UFO. And so you always sit there and you think, okay, is it just my imagination? Because I'm in the middle of a dark road. I'm in the, and this is what a lot of people don't understand. I'm always looking for logic first, because you have to be logical.
Yeah.
We all like to get scared. You know what I'm saying? We all love to be scared and spooky out every now and again. But the interesting part that happened was when we started sensing that UFO that was following us, when we got out of the forest, there was a really thick cloud, and it was one of the coolest things I ever seen. The moon was just underneath this really thick cloud, and it was like moon bursts of light coming out from the cloud. But so if the moon is here, way down, if the moon is here, way down here, okay, like if you were to use a ruler about 18 inches at about 5 o'clock on a clock, if the moon's at 12, you're literally looking at a bright white dot sitting outside of this thick cloud, and it pulled itself back in. That happened
Can you say that one more time? The part where you said what pulled what back in?
This white orb that was sitting there in the sticking out of the clouds pulled back in. Okay, so the point that I'm getting at is, were we really followed by a UFO? Because that was really strange, seeing that white orb that was sitting outside the clouds and then disappeared into the clouds. To me,
but let you see it.
To me, that's a confirmation. Thank you so much, Jim Chambers, for that super chat. Really do appreciate that. Steam Train Mark, yours as well, my friend. Thank you. So, I mean, that's where it kind of opens up, where you think, okay, were you really followed? Were those feelings real? Did you really pick up on that craft or whatever it is? This is what goes through my brain, right? And this is where for a lot of us who are experiencers, this is where I say you could pick up on the energy of what is happening and of people that are happening. Now, I'm just trying to find this Elizondo show.
You know, the thing about Elizondo that I think a lot of people don't realize is that like he was into some pretty heavy duty stuff. I mean, because on top of handling the UAP program, he was also in charge of the SAP program for Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah.
So what that means is that all the black research that was being used at Guantanamo Bay was under his purview. Now, they're not flying planes at Guantanamo Bay. They're not shooting guns at Guantanamo Bay. All the research being done for Guantanamo Bay was all about interrogation techniques. Yeah. And it was all about ways to get information out of people. And so, you know, and don't get me wrong, I personally consider Elizondo to be an absolute patriot. I think I'm very impressed with him, and I have a lot of respect for him. And I do believe that there are a lot of circumstances where, you know, doing shady things for good reasons under orders can make sense. But what I find interesting is this man spent a bunch of time in the sandbox, in the field, being shot at, like doing very clandestine things for a long time. He then spent time managing the SAP portfolio for Guantanamo Bay. He got involved in the UAP program. And now what we hear from Ross's research is that he was also part of the peer review for not only all the SAPs but for the unrecognized SAPs and the unacknowledged, the WUSAPs. So this guy, he probably had more knowledge about all the different things that were going on than just about anyone else. And he also saw some of the dark aspects.
Oh, yeah.
Of our military.
There's no denying.
And he ends up being the one to do all this disclosure work. Mm-hmm. And I find that interesting because what I think it does, I think it shows that that maybe they don't have the same judgment criteria that we do for people.
Let me see if I can find this clip. Hold on. Oh,
I vaguely remember what you were talking about, but I don't remember exactly what he said.
Give me 2 seconds.
Questions we have to ask ourselves, and this is why I've always said from the beginning, from an ATIP perspective, we looked at two things. What is it and how does it work? We weren't interested in origins and who's behind the wheel and intent, because from that perspective, I think that's a conversation that involves more people. We need to involve Seen one? Most uncomfortable spot. Not.
Are you hearing it now? Because I got my microphone.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear it. I mean, I can't hear it playing, but I heard you searching for it.
The YouTube audience.
There we go.
The world citizen. Does he believe in aliens? Well,
I can't hear him though. Oh, actually, I think it's my connection because I'm having trouble hearing you two now. So she might be able. Can you hear it, Ann?
No, I can't hear him or the clip or anything.
Oh, okay.
But I can
All
hear
right.
you
So then,
just fine.
oh well, hey, how you doing?
I'm doing the exact same
Good. How are
thing
you?
before, and you guys could hear the audio before.
Yeah. It's weird.
Oh, that was a other show. That's the wrong show. Hold on. This is what I'm going to do here. Hold on. I'm going to queue it up on my phone. And of course, we're going to play the no Wi-Fi game in here. You guys can hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Nothing changed on the audio, which is weird. I don't understand sometimes. Well, maybe because we're on. No, that shouldn't have made a difference. Let me go back here. It's not what I wanted.
He exudes it, so I'm just going to stick with that.
Oh, I think it's fantastic, and well, that's the wrong video. That's the wrong video. Hold on. Either way, if you go to the 26-minute mark of the show, 25-minute mark of that episode, the Man in Black, Lou is here. you'll be able to hear it for yourselves. I'm getting frustrated here. Cross that out. Oh, here it is. Hold on.
I don't want to prejudice the jury here. I've seen a lot of things that in my life have been very, very complicated. We have already launched spacecraft into space where we find microbial life has hitched a ride along some of our rockets. That's a fact. And by the way, in some cases they survived. That by definition is now alien life because it's living outside of our planet, right? The astronauts on board the International Space Station, well, they're not living on Earth anymore. They are literally living in orbit, in outer space, low Earth orbit. Is that by definition now, quote unquote, alien life until they come back to Earth? I don't know, but these are some of the fundamental questions we have to ask ourselves. And this is why I've always said from the beginning, from an ATIP perspective, we looked at two things. What is it and how does it work? We weren't interested in origins and who's behind the wheel and intent, because from that perspective, I think that's a conversation that involves more people. We need to involve academics and scientists and philosophers and theologians and everybody out there. Everybody from my perspective has a vote, and I'm not sure we have an answer for that yet. I think maybe we need to realize that look, life is abundant. All you have to do is look around this planet. And life exists just about everywhere, all 7 continents, in the water, and to some degree even in the atmosphere. So is it possible that there's life off of this tiny little rock? Well, sure. I mean, look, life had to start here somewhere and somehow. Is it possible that it all the life in the universe didn't originate from this one little tiny planet called Earth? Well, I think statistically that's probably pretty likely. The question is in what shape and form, and is it life form that we would even recognize as being a life form? And if so, does it think like us? And
got to get through the rhetoric.
Is it motivated by us? Right? These are distinctly human questions we ask because we assume that whatever is out there, it may very well think like us. But I don't know if that's the case, and I think we need to be prepared not only to ask that question, but be prepared for the answer if it falls outside of our existing notion of what we think life should be, if that makes sense.
Here we go. So has Lou Elizondo, the person, ever seen a gray being? Big black eyes, skin color, silverish tone, maybe brown at times, 4 feet tall to 5 feet tall, almond-shaped eyes, slit mouth, barely any nose, 3 fingers, ever seen one?
Lou Elizondo as a person has seen some pretty extraordinary things in his life. I don't want to prejudice the jury here. I've seen a lot of things that in my life have been very, very compelling. But in every one of those situations and in every case, I needed more data. And, again, you're asking a great question, and people are going to say I'm being evasive, and yeah, you're damn right I am. I am being evasive on purpose.
All right. Let me ask you this, as we only got about a minute left, because I think we got the answer we needed from that. Did it scare you?
A lot of things scare me. Sure. I'm fear for me though. I'm not scared by this topic. I'm scared being able to ask the questions. I'm more scared of not being able to ask or not allowed to ask the question than getting the answer to the question that I'm asking, if that makes sense. I don't, fear for me, unless you're shooting at me, I'm really not going to get stressed. And that obviously doesn't happen much anymore. So fear is not the word. My concern is that if we can't have a conversation about potentially something that is existential to our species and our understanding, to me, the bigger threat is not being able to ask the question versus the answer itself. I'd rather have it.
So,
oh man.
Okay, here's the thing. If you read the chat room, okay, and this isn't an insult to the people in our chat room, dry toast, danced around that one. Jello, dancing around like Lou always does. You know,
His
David is
tone,
activating.
the
But
way that it shook and changed, and yeah,
if you read between the lines, this is what I'm trying to explain to people. Lou has a lot to say if you read between the lines. It's not intuition, okay? It's not understanding. He literally told us without telling us he's been with aliens. Can't hear you, John.
I agree.
Hold on.
Yeah, sorry. The impression I get from what he said is that at least some of this happened completely outside of service. Like, it sounds to me like this stuff happened when he was younger.
No.
You don't think so? He got, I mean, that was really.
Oh yeah, I would agree with you there. I think, and this is where I said I am convinced that Lou is an experiencer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You could hear it. You could hear it.
Well, it explains why he was being so evasive.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how he was talking one way and you asked that question and then boom, he couldn't keep that same tone and that same cadence that he had before.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
So when he says, I've seen a lot of interesting things, what are the things?
Yeah.
He can't tell you. And that's why, absolutely right, Black Dragon. Many people can't read between the lines. Okay. That's a great quote. Okay. And that is very true. What you have to do in order to read between the lines is don't study what he is saying. Don't study what he is not saying. Study what he is trying to tell you without telling you. So I learned this. I'll tell you where I learned it. Back in 2006, I was friends with a hockey player agent. We'd go for beer every now and again. All right. His name was Kevin. And one of Kevin's clients was an NHL defenseman named Scott Niedermayer. And in 2006, heading into the Turin Olympics, where Canada was going to defend the gold medal, about a month before the Olympics, Scott, who is number one defenseman in the world, literally tore up his knee. So there was all this talk of whether Scott would be going to the Olympics or not. I said, I was at a junior hockey game and I run into Kevin. And I said, and this is like 10 days before the Olympics. And I run into Kevin and I said, Kevin, how's it going, buddy? He goes, good. I said, so when do you leave for Italy? And he says to me, I'm not going. And I said, how come? He goes, I have no reason to go. So I said, Kev, does that mean, because I only knew he had one client going to the Olympics, and that was Scott Niedermayer, who was going to be the captain of Team Canada. I said, does this mean Scott is not going to the Olympics? He goes, Dave, I can't tell you that. All I can tell you is I no longer have a reason to go to the Olympics. So I run a breaking story that goes right across Canada saying that Scott Niedermayer is not going to be playing for Team Canada, okay, at the Turin Olympics. Next intermission, Kevin finds me and he says, you fucking asshole. He goes, what did you do? I said, well, my sources told me that Scott's not going to the Olympics. And he goes, I didn't tell you that. I said, I know you didn't tell me that. My sources did. He goes, who are your sources? I smiled at him. And he goes, you're buying. Okay? He goes, my phone the last hour has lit up like a Christmas tree because of you. He goes, I've taken calls from all over, Sportsnet, TSN, ESPN. USA Today, I've taken calls from everybody because of you. I said, I guess I'm buying. Right.
And that's the funny thing is sometimes people don't do it intentionally. They do it very subconsciously. It's the way they dance around certain topics and so forth. That's funny. That's yeah, and you can learn the way I learned it is I've worked with a lot of cleared people, and very often they have to explain things to me in ways that I understand enough that I can help them solve the problem without giving away so much that they get in trouble. And so I would literally be in meetings where like the whole meeting was in this like kind of like vague conversation, right? That and eventually you learn you know eventually you learn to start, especially if you work with people that are really good at it and lose good at it. And most people that have been cleared for a long time get good at it because you often have to work with people that aren't cleared. Even if they're cleared to something else, they're not cleared to what you're cleared. So you have, but you still have to communicate with them somehow, right? Especially if you need something from them.
That's
so
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, dude. Is if you learn to listen to not what's not there or what he is saying, but you learn to listen to what he is trying to say or anybody is trying to say, that's how you read between the lines. Right?
Yeah.
I had members of Lou's own team, and John, you know who some of them are, okay, call me up and say, how the hell did you get that out of them?
That's awesome. That's a nice feather in your cap, man.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's really funny. Huh. That's interesting.
Now, to the skeptics, that says nothing. To those who don't want to believe or who want to shoot down everything that Elizondo says, that literally says nothing. Okay.
No, and the truth of the matter is that it is a probability game, right? I mean, it's like at some level, you know, would you bet your life that's what he meant? Well, maybe not, but you can be 99% sure. I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, like it gets to the point where it's so obvious that like you can pretty much, you know, take it to the bank sort of a thing, you know?
Absolutely. Like would I bet my mortgage on it? No.
Right. Yep.
No, you can't. But am I confident enough where if I was at a radio station, like a real radio station working in a newsroom, would I run that story? Hell yeah, I would.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I would.
Yeah. Yeah, totally agreed.
Right? So anyways, that's my life. Anne, how you doing?
Doing good. I've been loving this. It's been fantastic.
It's always a kick. And you know, the thing is it like for me, like when I've listened to other UFO researchers do talks and so forth, the ones I get the most out of are the ones where they have conversations. And you get to just sit as like a fly on the wall, and you start hearing the things that they're thinking about, and the things that they're trying to figure out, and the ways that they're trying to figure it out, and the resources they're using, and they bounce ideas off each other, and those are often the most valuable conversations that you can listen to, and that's essentially what we do here, which is really nice. I mean, it's a really cool way to share information.
Absolutely.
And it's neat because we all learn and everyone else learns too, you know. It's you know, it's
for
cool
sure.
stuff.
For sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, on that note, I am winding down really, really quickly here.
Yeah. I can feel it creeping up on me too, so
Well, you're coming up on 5 hours, Dave. So
yeah.
I know.
It's
And I
been
put
great.
in a full day today at work, so
Whew.
it's all good. I got to work tomorrow until 2, and then at 2:30 I have to go view a house because I might put my house up for sale.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna go look at a house. It's on I don't know if I'm going to put my house, like, I love my house the way it is. I really do. But this other house is much newer, and it's on like 5 acres.
Makes sense.
So
How big of a deal would it be moving your studio?
the studio would be easy. The problem with that area is I have to find out what streaming is like on Starlink. The cable internet doesn't run to that area. Now, a lot of people who, like, for instance, my boss lives in that area. My daytime boss lives in that area, and he has Starlink, and they absolutely love it. Like, the kids can play video game, like, streaming video games and all that kind of stuff. Downloading is quick. But I don't know. I have to do some research on streaming. How does streaming work on it, right?
Yeah, and the thing is it there's additional latency about because of its distance, right? There's certain limitations that you can't get over. Like it's about 70 milliseconds to get from the East Coast to the West Coast, and that's just physics, right?
Yeah.
And so you start bouncing into the atmosphere, you can easily add 300 milliseconds, right? Depending on how high up the satellite is. Starlinks are much lower, so it's much less, but there is some latency penalty to this. But very often these earlier systems are designed for certain traffic patterns. So you're concerned about specific streaming behavior is a good concern to have. But the other challenge is that my understanding is the way this thing is designed, and I might be wrong on this, but my understanding is the way they're meshing their satellites. One of the reasons why it's so good right now is because there's so few people using it. And there's a chance, not guaranteed, but there's a chance that as subscribers start increasing, that your cut of the pie could decrease. And there's only so many starlights they can put up in a region of space because it's already getting kind of crowded. So
I'm just reading some comments here. Apparently, with Starlink, you can stream. People who know what Starlink can do won't be surprised, but there are enough people out there who think that Starlink is just another satellite internet, and we'll go with others. You can't really stream.
It's much closer.
This is actually great because I'm going to be in the same boat. I haven't said too much about it yet, but I am planning a move from Oregon. I am planning to go to Ohio.
Really?
Yeah. So, and I've heard that the internet is
wow, it's only been 2 weeks. Are you sure that you want to continue that relationship? I mean, I don't know if you really know him,
See, that trip was the second trip that I've done to Ohio, and I'm actually going back in December, and then I'm planning on moving in May. So it's gonna be interesting, but there's so much there for me when it comes to the paranormal and hauntings and. Thank you. I will invite you to the wedding. Wait, it'll be casual dress.
Yeah. How long have you been in Oregon for?
Since I was born.
Wow. So Ohio's like, I mean, are you fully aware of the seasonal aspects of Ohio?
I'm slowly learning.
Okay, because you're a West Coast tenderfoot like I am. So we get summer and then less summer, right?
Right. Yes.
And I have to explain to people when I had my Harley that like I don't ever pack my bike up. I can ride on Christmas Day, and like everyone's like, what? No, like everyone on the East Coast like drains their bikes in like October and puts them up and doesn't bring them out again until spring. Yeah, I mean, but Ohio's beautiful, and the history there is amazing.
The history
there is
into the history recently, and the Adena and the Hopewell culture and the mounds, and it's just there's so much.
Oh yeah. No, it's an amazing it's an amazing place, but wow, that's a huge weather change.
Yeah.
Apparently,
yes,
according to
going to
this,
be.
John, I'm going to send you this article because you'll be able to translate this better than I will.
Yeah, no problem.
According to this guy named Rezi, who did a whole article back in April on streaming, he actually said it was quite impressive.
I mean, it could be. I mean, my bigger concern wouldn't be so much that it works now. My bigger concern is would it still work as well in 3 years?
Well, that's the big issue. I mean, obviously they're going to have to improve the bandwidth on that, right?
But I will say this that I don't know what kind of Elon has a history of not being much into the marketing. But I got to admit, Starlink advertising that spaced out radio is being streamed over Starlink is actually kind of a cool little like marketing thing. I mean, you could have some fun with that. Like, that's not bad.
You can hang out with Jessica McCreary in Ohio.
Nice. All right.
When are you moving?
I'm hoping to do it in May.
Jessica, you get snow, don't you? Like deep snow sometimes, right?
I think
yeah. You
do. There is deep snow in Ohio.
Yeah, we're lucky here to see snow, so it's going to be a massive change.
I can see snow. I just have to drive to Tahoe.
Right? Yeah,
that's where we keep our snow. Yeah, I could go Mount Hood. Yeah, but we store our snow elsewhere. I don't like to visit. I like to visit snow. I don't like snow to visit me.
I will see snow within the next 10 weeks.
The what? The what?
I will see snow within the next 10 weeks.
Oh,
you're practically in Alaska, Dave. Like, you're way.
I'm still 30 hours from Alaska.
But you can see the Aurora Borealis sometimes. That's damn north.
That's so cool.
All right, guys, I'm going to bed.
All right.
Total pleasure. And thank you so much for joining us. It was awesome.
Thank you.
It was really cool.
It was an
really
honor
cool
to be here.
And I wish you the best in your new relationship.
Thank you so much. Like I said, you guys are all invited.
Oh, isn't that nice? All right, Roundtable. I want to say a big thank you to Black Dragon ×2, Linda, Andrew, Sally, Jazz, Walker, Jeremy, Tim, Nicola, Carl, Jose, G West, Chris, Lynn, Christopher, Brett, Ozzy Steve, Ozzy Mark, and Jim for the amazing super chats tonight. And really appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you to every veteran who listens to this show. Remember, vets, you always have a safe home here to hang out with us because we love you. And thank you to all of our regulars who are sitting on through for literally nearly 5 hours of broadcast. And we love each and every one of you. Hey, Spudgy, how are you, buddy? And good to see you. And Derek Simon, thanks for coming on in. Appreciate you. Thanks for joining the chat room. I think you are Canadian, so we'll give you a fellow Canuck thing there. And, we'll do it all again. Don't forget this weekend, Lynn Wallington has who does she have this weekend? She has tomorrow night Tui Snyder, and then on Sunday she has Eugene Braxton, and so there'll be some paranormal and near-death experience talk. I am back on Monday. Ailing Butch Witkowski will be off, so Lon Strickler is going to sit in on Monday, and we got another great week heading into next week and into September. So thank you guys so much for being with us. Love you all, and we'll talk to you soon, and enjoy Lynn this weekend. Take care.